All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Ladies Night. I'm your host, Dame Frankie, and with me is co-host Abena Abeko, and we have Auntie up on the panel. Well, tonight, yep, if y'all seen the thumbnail and the title, the topic is "When is enough enough?" All right. We touched on it a little bit about two little girls and their mother was killed by her ex-boyfriend. The goal more in depth will be Avana. She's gonna talk about it and tell us how she sees it from her view.
Okay. Thank you, Lady Dame. Yeah, you see, okay, there is a news going on about ex-boyfriend killed two Lu- Louis woman daughters and then the cops. Okay, what I think about it that these men have killed these two daughters who are innocent and know nothing about evil doers. You see, why these men are doing all evil things to these children on this earth? These black children, 1 year and 7 years old girls, they knew nothing about anything on this earth. As a father, you never been responsible to these children. You never been a man to protect these children, but you rather kill them. What is it going on between we the blacks? Why are we hating our women and our children? Do we love ourselves? Do we want to protect each other as a black women and a black man? If we are rather to protect ourselves, then we have to protect our children. See, I feel a very bad and I feel pity for myself that see these children knew nothing. They knew nothing on earth. And you end up their life. And you are there now. You see, I think when they find someone or a mom who kills children like this, have to be instant penalty. It shouldn't be like the cops have to take you to jail or the courts. No, it should be an instant penalty for you. You have to also have to die. What I see in the article, I say is very bad that this man is also alive now. Whilst he killed three people, he killed a woman and then he killed the children. And he is still alive. What is he doing now? They need also to kill him because they have been doing it a whole years, a whole lot of things that they've been doing it to children and the women. Always they try to hate women, always to try to hate children. If you hate a child not being like 1 year and 7 years, and what I feel pity about it, you see, this 1 year, the day that incident happened, it was the same day that this young girl gets 1 year. The day that this man shoot these children was the same day this child got 1 year. Why will you have an evil mind like that? Why do you want to end up these young children's life and a 30 years old man? Why? Are we not the one we say we want to protect our women? And now why are we selling out our children also? Why? No man on this earth, no black man should even think that, hey, I hate these children, so I don't want to protect my children. We should not do that as a black man or a black people. We should rather protect our children from the evil people. But now we are the one also doing the evil things to our own children, to our own women. Why are we not trying to save souls? Why are we not trying to, be with our family? If you don't like them, go away and leave them. Why will you go and kill them? If you don't want to be with the mother or you have a problem with the mother, it's the mother that you have a problem with, not the children. You cannot tell me that I have a problem with the mother, so I can end up killing the mother, killing the children also. Why don't you leave the children and you finish this innocent soul's life? And you are alive, walking around, chilling. If you're not chilling, stuff where you are, you say, okay, by now you have to be dead. So that you too you can feel what these young children, what these innocent children are feeling now, where their souls is now. Because always we have been doing it and no one is saving is facing the law, or they face the law and sometimes the law has to speak for them. But when you do instant justice, you have to be also go. Assuming the cops just caught you, they have to also shoot you instantly. They shouldn't let you go to any court or anywhere. Yeah. Why people should do evil, why men should do evil to women like that. And okay, see what I will talk about this woman also. Do you know the man that you are living with? Don't you know the man? Or you don't actually you know your ex-boyfriend. Sometimes if there's issue in between the two of you, you have to tell your family members or your family people to know anything about it. You did not tell anyone, and I think only your sister or your brother who knows about the case. You see now, because you did not even involve your family into your case. Why people are trying to do evil to black women like that? Why people are trying to do evil to black children like that? Do you think when we do this, we will get children, black children in future? Who knows these young children is going to come be a grown-up person in the future who is going to save our black communities? Who knows? And you end up their life just like that. They never touch you. And see, what is very painful is that he shot them several times. He did not shoot them one, but he shot them several times on each person. That is very painful.
Mhm. Max.
Mm-hmm.
All right, the Black Knight is in. You wanna say something?
You know, most certainly I do. Let me first of all shout out to the ladies of Ladies Night. I agree with my daughter Abby, and I share her grief and pain and her anguish and passion. You see, I talked about this. This is the kind of evil that black men have allowed to permeate throughout their community, to infect their community, to infect the people in their community. This is not something that black men stand for. This is not something that black men do. We are protectors of our women and children, not murderers. But because we failed to lead our people properly, because we failed to teach the proper things in our environment has become corrupted. And the corruption has turned into some kind of deadly, evil, infectious disease that has poisoned the minds of the inhabitants in our community. And when you have black men out in front with a big ass social bullhorn, devaluing the lives of our women and children, this reaches the ears of everybody who's watching. And you and I know that social media reaches all over the globe. So all over the globe, people are listening and watching black men devalue the lives of women and children. Why aren't these babies on everybody's channel right now? Everybody's black channel on social media. Why are we the only ones talking about it? These are our babies. These are our children. These children are our future. These animals are killing our future. They are murdering our future as black people. They are demeaning who we are. They demean our existence with this behavior. This is not who we are. Again, we are black men and black women. We are protectors of our women and children, not murderers. I ask you again, why aren't these babies on everybody's black channel right now? I'll tell you why. Because the lives of our women and children have been devalued. There is no money in it. There is no money in showing our babies being murdered. There is no money and fame in showing our women, the mothers of civilization, being tortured and murdered. At least not for the value of their lives. Some only show these videos as to gain notoriety and fame and fortune, rather than to put a spotlight on this and find ways or find the means or gather the people to stop it. They are only in it to turn a buck and to gain a view. There is no money in showing our babies being murdered. We shouldn't be the only one talking about these babies right now. And the animal that took their lives. These are the kind of monsters you create when you do not lead your people properly, when you do not set the proper standards in your environment, when you do not enforce your standards, when you do not protect your environment, when you allow your environment to fall in ruins and become affected by poison, filth, and evil. These are the kind of monsters that come out of that cesspool. That cesspool of corruption and evil that you've allowed to develop all throughout our communities. Because you failed to do what you're supposed to do as a black man, and that is to lead your people properly and protect your people and value the lives of your people above all. You've done the opposite. And now we have a horde of mindless monsters that have been unleashed on our unprotected women and children. And you come on social media and you speak like you're a victim and you have nothing to do with it. You have shamed us all. And you demean who we are. You demean all of us. Because this is not who we are. We are not a race of monsters. Go ahead, Abby. Dang.
Yeah. Yeah, it's true that Mr. Man is saying. It's true. The men are not now don't want to protect the women. They are not even actually our children. Why men are doing that? Why? Evil, only the evil ones are the one doing that. No correct man who want to do this such evil thing that this man have done it. No, only the irresponsible fathers are the one who have been doing this. The one that they are responsible for their children and their wives, they don't do evil things like this. Never. And as I tell you, we the blacks, we need to study from each other. We need to learn from each other. We need to learn the good thing from the good ones. And the evil people within us, we need to suck them away. We need to remove them from our society, our communities. It can be like that to be having evil ones within us, ending up our children's life, our family lives, our even our women, our precious women's life. We need to
But
value our women and our children.
I,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I feel though that we are speaking in vain. I believe that the society that we live in now is too saturated with corruption and evil. There are too many people in the black community that laugh at things like this as if it's some kind of amusement. They have no value of life. They don't even value their own lives. And even those who are in positions to try to do something won't do it because they fear losing what they have. We have become a race of cowards, fearful people, and people who are afraid to do anything about anything, no matter what it may be. Even the smallest things we are afraid to do something about. We turn a blind eye from the real truth, and we latch on to things that we want to hear because it's safer for us. We are no longer a race of warriors. We have become a race of cowardly men. who have sold our race out to the highest bidders of the underworld and have no shame in doing so, and have gleefully joined the ranks of evil people who seek to wipe out our very existence. And now you stand against us. What's left of us who have integrity, courage, morality? You stand against what's left of us. And now you have the mentality. You seek our destruction, even more so than our natural enemy. The Negroes who perform these kinds of barbaric acts in our community have become worse and far more dangerous than our natural enemy. And they seem to have a greater desire to get rid of us. When babies like this, when their lives are taken for no apparent reason whatsoever by a man who cannot stand to lose a woman or cannot stand to rectify his own personal issues, emotional issues, then we are in a far worse place than we can ever imagine. I would even go so far to say that the place we're in now is so low. Well, it's incomprehensible. And as a black man coming from the old school, I never thought I'd see anything like this. I never thought I'd be sitting up here on anybody's platform talking the way I am talking and feeling the way I feel right now. I come from an era where we loved each other, where black men loved black women, where the quality of black people was extremely high. And there weren't cowards everywhere you looked, everywhere you turned. I never thought I'd see a day like this. But not only am I seeing a day like this, it seems like the day just won't end. The day just keeps playing over and over and over again. And as soon as it gets to that last hour where you think it's about to turn over into a new day, well, it stays the same day and it starts all over again. I feel like I'm stuck in one day that just keep playing out over and over and over. The lives of these babies. I don't know what to say.
Yeah, because it's painful. That's why I don't know what to say. It's very painful. Yeah. As I watch the children, if I see it, I feel very pity for myself because if you are a black woman or a black man and you love children, when you see this kind of children who end up their life, you feel very bad for yourself. You never be feel happy because you know you have lost children like that. You have lose our our future. These children, you see, I'm very sad over here, or because of these children. So what are the families saying? What are this man family saying? Are they just going to the cops or to the court to say a whole lot of issues over there and end up the case? No, they shouldn't do. You see, I tell you, this case have to be just one judge, Like for me, if I'm judging this case, it could be they need to finish the man. That's why it shouldn't be on earth because we cannot live with this evil man in our society and environment. We can. When we do that, we're going to end up losing our children, our women lives, and no protection will come on the children. See what you have done to this. See, I surely I'm mad about this man because if you hate the woman, why will you hate the children? Don't you feel sympathy in you when you're about to show these children? You did not even show them once, show them multiples of times, shooting them. Why? Why? These children went and stole. These children have killed somebody. Never. They never did anything. They never did anything wrong to you. But see how you treat them with the end of their life. See how you treat them. Even the younger one, the 1 year old, yes, who gets his own. When you see, when the creator creates her to come to earth, and she was on earth the day that she was on earth, the happiest day that she'll feel that, oh wow, mommy bring me to an earth to live a better life, to save a black children's life, to save a black communities. That day was the same day she needed to end up these young little lives. What will you say if it were to be you, your family members, and they end up their life like this? Will you be happy? Will you be comfortable? Nah. So why will you do such an evil thing to your fellow woman? A woman who have a blood like you, who have a skin color like you. Why will you do evil like that? Men have to change. Men, we have to change our attitude, our lifestyle, our evil doing. We have to change it from that so that we can protect our black communities. See how our black communities now is going on. See what is going on in our black communities, all because of this such a incident or such an incident which is happening. If you're a black man, you have to feel that hey, I'm a man to protect all. I'm a man to save my children. I'm a man to save my wife and my family. You are not a man to kill these children. You are not a man to kill your wife. You are not a man to end up souls. No woman on this earth will do evil things to a child like this because women feel sympathy in them. They feel some kind of love. This man never have love. I don't think he have a love. He never
Yeah.
have a because if you have a love, see the moment you raise up the gun that you're gonna shoot just innocent souls, I tell you the gun will talk to you. Hey, don't shoot these innocent souls. They are innocent. They know nothing. You see the kind of behavior they will be saying, hey, I have a problem with I have a mental problem, I have issue. These are the lines that they've been saying so that they can defend themselves from courts. I have a mental problem. I don't know what I did. You don't know what? Don't you see these children? Do you see them like animals? You never see them like animals. You see them like a human being, like you. Why are we doing that? Blacks, let's say we change our attitude upon our women and our children. Let us create much love in between our women and our children. Let us create love, because when you love ourselves, I tell you, when evildoers come in between us, we will find them earlier and we can remove them from the evil people from the good ones. Because we don't love ourselves, that's why when the bad people come to us, we don't find them and we be with them. So they did evil things to her before we realize that hey, this person is an evil person. Yeah.
Yeah. Uh, yeah, I believe that you're right. They don't have love. They don't they have a lot of anger, and they had love from the girlfriend and wives, and but they abused it. They
Ye-
abused, and the woman eventually has enough. Uh, Especially when she has a baby. Sometimes it's a wake up call when she has a baby, because I don't want my child to see me abused or or and so she left, took the kids with her. But I guess he never shown signs that he would do anything to the children.
yeah.
Otherwise, why she wouldn't open the door because according to the brother, he believes that because it was the baby's birthday, he was probably trying to get back with her, and he probably, she probably let him in so he can be with his child or spend, part of the child's birthday with her and stuff like that, and never expecting he would do something like that. That out of his pride and his anger, and I don't have nothing. You taking everything away from me. You ain't gonna have nothing either. If I can't have you, nobody can have you. Kill her. Or he was gunning for the kids, and like I'm gonna take away what you love more than me.
Yeah, but if
The
you're
mother
ending,
being the mother.
yeah, but if you're ending the mother's life, the children don't know anything. So leave the children alone. Just leave the children alone. Let the children mourn their mom. If you shoot their mom, why will you shoot at these children? You wanted the children to go with their mom? Then you have to also to follow them so that you will be in the same shoes. You see,
True.
they shouldn't allow this man to be there by now. He also have to join them.
Well, one of the cops think him dying would be too easy. They want him to suffer.
It's not suffer. Suffer will not mean anything. Just let him. They will need to shoot the same double gun that they shoot to them. They need to do the same. If he shoot 20 times, they need to do 20 times the same so that he can feel it. He can
Hmm.
feel it that hey, what I did was wrong before he will die. Because see, sometimes let us say this thing also here, right? You see, sometimes when we get a divorce with a man, we have to be very careful. We have to be very careful with the women.
Hmm.
We shouldn't say that because he was my ex-boyfriend, I don't have problem. We fight before this issue. Yes, you fight, but you shouldn't give him that opportunity. You shouldn't give him that chance to come closer to you again. Because the moment he come closer to you, it's going to end up something evil to you, something bad to you. And that is what happens to this woman and the children.
Mm-hmm.
Because he take the opportunity on the young girl birthday that hey, I can get opportunity to enter the house or to enter the room whilst the child's birthday. But when he went there and they say, hey, we don't need you over here. We don't need you. We don't want you. I tell you, like this incident wouldn't have happened. Let us be vigilant for ourselves as a women because we know much better. We protect. So let us protect our children from our evil men, from our evil husbands.
Mm-hmm.
Let us protect our children. Don't we leave our children for evil men to kill them, for evil men to end up their lives? It's very painful. It's very painful that, see, as I watch the picture, when I see these children, I feel very pity for myself. I feel very bad that, hey, a woman just get pregnant. See the kind of pains a woman will be in through before giving birth. See kind of the suffering a woman will be through before giving birth. And see, he give birth to these children and you end up their life. You just end up their life. You did not even let them feel the kind of world that they are coming to. You did not let them feel the kind of environment they are coming to. You finished them all because of your evil plans, all because of your bad attitude, your bad behavior you have it in you. Men have to stop these kind of evil things. Men have to stop. And we have to be one. Men and women, we have to be one as a black women, black black men. We have to be one with our children, our wives. Don't we say that we have a divorce so we hate our wife and our children? If you have a divorce, just have that passion love for your woman because he was your ex-wife, your ex-girlfriend. You see that the woman was having kind of passion love for for the man that oh he was my ex-boyfriend, he can come to my house. But he don't think he was not thinking any evil thing for this man. But see what the man have ended up. He end up losing the woman's life, losing the children's life as well. All because this woman have some kind of love, sympathy in her. That hey, after all, this man is my husband. This man is my man. I don't need to sack him away. I don't need to leave him to go away. I want him. Let him come closer to the children. Let him come closer to my house. Because he was there before. He was with me. He was with me before. No man should be thinking that hey, when you divorce your woman or when you have a breakup with your woman, that means you have to plan an evil. Leave the woman alone. She doesn't belong to you. You also doesn't belong to him. To her. Sorry. Leave the woman alone. Let the woman feel the life. Let her see who she loves and who can protect her. Not who can love or who can last without the love. Instead of love, you put last over there. We don't want such a man. We want a man who are a responsible father, who is a responsible father who can take care of the children if the mother is not around. That is the kind of man we need as a black people. And we need to learn it from our great fathers. Ask yourself, in the olden days or in the 90s, in the 60s. This incident is not happening because they protect themselves. And they teach them good thing that they have to follow. All because we now that we are coming, we don't learn anything. Because we have been turning up sissy men on this earth. Yeah. So we don't have any love for anyone. We don't have any love for any woman again. We think that's all. No one is saying you have to. We the women also have to show love for their men, but because the men are not protecting them, because the men are not grabbing them on their hand. Yeah. So, brothers and sisters, let us love ourselves. What I would just tell my brothers and sisters that we should love ourselves and love our children.
Hmm.
We shouldn't do discrimination on ourselves. We are the same people. We are blacks and we have to love ourselves.
Yes. Yeah. Because if you can't love yourself, you can't love anybody else. Uh, don't let hurt pride have you doing things you're gonna regret. And uh, ladies, if you having a domestic issue with your ex, domestic violence, domestic whatever it is, don't trust that it's not gonna be turned towards your kids. It's not gonna be just you that that's gonna be abused. It's gonna be the kids too. And let your family know what you're dealing with.
Mhm.
They want to help you. In fact, the they will help you. But you gotta let them know. You gotta let them help. Cause now there's two brothers out there grieving their sister and their nieces, and they question themselves. Did I do everything?
You
You
know
know,
something,
I should
Dane?
have. Hmm.
I was just going through social media just now,
Uh huh.
and you know, black people, we are occupied with the wrong things.
Hmm.
People are more interested in what's going on with Nick Cannon than they are these babies. It's about celebrity gossip. It's bullshit. People want to run to hear gossip. But what about our babies? We just suffered a great tragedy. A woman and her two lovely children, her two beautiful girls, was murdered in cold blood by a savage of our own creation. But they give a damn about Nick Cannon being buck broken and all these so-called black people on YouTube that have large followings that you get your entertainment from. They're not saying a damn thing about these babies. They're putting up the latest celebrity gossip. That's what they're talking about. They're not talking about that. They're talking about trying to get a girl or you know some other shit, but nothing about these babies. Be careful who you follow and who you listen to on YouTube, because they're not there to help black people. They don't even care about these babies. Care more about what the fuck Nick Cannon is doing than what happened to this woman and her two children. Go ahead, Dan.
Yeah. Uh, yeah, yes, it happens a lot. I don't know, if we just becoming insensitive, or because it's not close to
No,
home. It's not, huh?
no, it's that people are addicted to drama. They want to go see the latest who said what to who, and it's not even that anything is even happening. They want to see somebody get told off, or they want to see somebody get talked to in a mean manner. They want to see somebody um, get called out their name. They want to see a cat fight rather than what's going on with these babies. Our children are being murdered. Our women are being murdered. Who gives a damn about what the fuck Nick Cannon is doing? Nick Cannon is a rich black man. Why do we give a damn about what these celebrities doing? These celebrities aren't in our communities doing a damn thing, and they sure not out in the front talking about these babies.
Hmm.
I haven't seen one goddamn. I haven't seen one black superstar yet that said anything about our women being murdered. Held any press conference, anything. No LeBron James, no Ice Cube, nobody. No Nick Cannon. So why the fuck do we give a damn about what they doing? They're not even talking about us. They're not even talking about what's happening with our women. This epidemic of our women being murdered and our children. I haven't heard one black star come out and speak against this yet. The only person I see saying is consistent, that's saying something about what's going on with black people right now is Dr. Umar Johnson. And people shit on Dr. Umar Johnson, but he's the only one that's being consistent and saying and bringing out and pointing out these kinds of things that are happening. He's the only one. But yet y'all talk shit about him, but he's the only one that actually give a damn about black people. The rest of these motherfuckers don't give a damn. All they want to do is give you the latest celebrity gossip. And if they're not talking about that, they're talking about some bullshit that happened 1,000 years ago. And they're more interested in their own damn image on YouTube than anything else. Remember some fool came up here calling himself Mr. Research talking about he only go to intellectual channels. As if he's somebody. See, a fool like that, I don't see no different than a savage that took these babies' lives.
Hmm.
Because you see, guys like that are part of the problem. All this fighting each other, all of this tearing each other down and hating our women, it is starting to kick our ass like nobody's business, and it is hitting us where it hurts. It is taking our women and our children from us. They are everything. Folks, if we don't have our women and children, we have nothing. They are taking everything away from us when they're taking our women and our children. That is everything. Without them, you have nothing left. Because if you take away the women, you take away the black men too. If you take away the women and the children, you take away black men too. You take everything. You take away the whole race. And they are trying to take everything from us. And we seem to be more interested in being entertained by what these punk ass celebrities are doing. Who don't give a shit about us. Every fucking day they in the news for some bullshit. That we shouldn't give one shake of a cat's ass about. And you don't see them talking about our babies. Where's Snoop Dogg and where are all these so-called celebrities that we supposed to, love, that we done made famous and brought their music and supported their careers? Where are they? At least Kaepernick, people shit on Kaepernick, but at least Kaepernick stood for something. I don't see these niggas doing that. Like I said, the only person that speaks out about these issues that I know of is Dr. Umar Johnson. Everybody else tries to use these issues for personal gain, financial gain. If you're not hitting the likes, if you're not donating, they ain't got nothing for you. You ain't hitting them cash apps. You ain't hitting that Patreon. You ain't hitting them likes. They ain't got nothing for you. As a matter of fact, they let you know what it is as soon as you come to their channel. Hit them likes. Hit them likes. Don't ask no questions for free. I let you know right there who the hell you dealing with. Go ahead, Dan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're too caught up in our own selfishness. Selfish all the way around. We're too worried about, me and mine's. And sometimes not even mine's, just me. hmm
Yeah.
He wasn't caring about his. For some reason, he decided he needed to get back at her, and he killed her. He killed his future. He killed his child. Killed her child.
And
hmm
and 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 he dealt a blow to the black race.
hmm
Understand, this is a heavy loss, people.
Yes.
We just suffered a heavy loss. We lost a mother, one of the mothers of civilization, and her children. That's a heavy loss.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Understand something. I know a lot of you hate black women, but let me tell it to you straight. The black woman is no ordinary woman. This is the mother of all civilization. This is no ordinary woman. And whenever we lose one like this, and her children along with her, this is a heavy blow for us to endure. We cannot continue to endure these kinds of blows before we completely fall apart.
Yeah.
Yeah. I I think is we're forgetting that every loss is a loss for not just that person, that family. It's for the whole community. It's another future, another promise, another possibility taken out of the world. Another gift. They were gifts, and and he threw it away, discarded it, and we've been seeing over and over again, um, people just stepping and destroying these gifts
Yeah.
because because they angry, they mad, they hurt.
But if you have hurt, it's not a child who hurts you.
hmm Or they mangling the gift until it's unrecognizable. They abusing, they molesting, and we all should be grieving. Not just the people that lost their loved ones, not just the cops who had to walk in on this scene. That they were so upset about it. Not just the city. The city saying they're gonna put the weight behind it. Make sure all of us. That's one less black woman. Well, technically three, because those uh, those two little girls would have grew up to be black women. They they
Yep.
would have grew up to be somebody's wife, girlfriend, mother, grandmother.
Mommy.
Definitely somebody's sisters and niece. They were that.
They
Yeah.
may have given birth to a set of amazing children.
Mhm.
We will never know now because some monster has taken them away. Understand something, people. These are monsters of our own creation. These aren't monsters that just came out of nowhere. These are monsters that have been developing under pimp culture, the culture that readily promotes and devalues the lives of women. And from the pimp culture, now you get these types of men who have no respect for women. And from there, it has grown out of control. You take that and connect it with absentee fathers, no male authority or leadership in the communities, and an environment that has become saturated with evil. And this is how these monsters are born. This is how they are created. Out of a cesspool of endless evil, hatred, despair, self hatred, and it goes on and on and on. No morals, nothing. Just a cesspool of disgusting evil. This is the birthplace. This is their origin. They come out of a cesspool of endless evil, like the Loch Ness monster coming out of the lake.
Mm.
They are born of this evil corruption in our society. Most specifically, the black community, where the leadership has disappeared, where the authority, the black authority, has disappeared, where fatherhood has disappeared. And they are raised by the evil lurkers who wander about in the street with every intention on destroying everything that they come in contact with. These men that do these types of things have no love in them. They do not understand love, nor have they ever understood love or felt love. You cannot tell me that a man who done this felt love ever in his life.
Mm.
Don't know anything about love, because if you loved your children, they would be alive.
Yep.
If you loved that woman that gave you those two beautiful babies, she would be alive. Love did not do this. Make no mistake. Love did not do this. What did this was evil and hatred. That is the culprit here. However you want to say it, evil and hatred, hatred and evil. Don't matter. That is the culprit here. This has nothing to do with love and have everything to do with hatred and evil. We have broken people. And some people aren't broken. They are just made like that because of the environment. They are raised this way. They are raised to have no love, no compassion, no care, no regard for life. And in fact, they live the existence of a monster. And carrying out an act of barbarism like this is a normal act for them. Incomprehensible to us, but very normal for them. And this is the fault of the black man who has left his people behind and have sold his people out.
Yeah, we gotta accept that they are now fulfilled the role of the dominant culture, the ones that don't like us because we're black. Sorry, didn't mean to steal, but that wants to put their boots on our neck and keep it there. That
No,
one.
this is something more than that.
Mm-hmm.
This is beyond that. This is something different. This is an evil that has been created by self-hatred. Although this is aiding white supremacy, this is not a creation of white supremacy. This is a creation of black hatred.
Mm.
This was spawned, these monsters were spawned out of the hatred that the black men have in their heart for their own people. White supremacy did not create these monsters. Black hatred created these animals. And just so happened they are aiding white supremacy because they are hell-bent on our destruction because of the hatred that's in the hearts of the men who allow them to develop. No, this is something else. This is a creation of black hatred.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
They are as evil as the black men who are filled with hatred, who have allowed them to cultivate and develop in the environment that they have created for them, an environment that is saturated with self-hatred, hatred for women, and hatred for children. That is what creates these monsters. This is why I blame the black man. This is his fault. And this is his duty to rectify.
Mm-hmm.
You created these monsters. It's time that you dealt with them. Every time we look at social media, somewhere where there's something being written, it's always some black man talking crazy about black women, how much they don't like black women, talking about all of the negative things about black women while praising other women. There was a thing at one point, I forgot the name of it, but it was so evil that it was taken down by the FCC. And on there, they was talking about killing black women, ripping their eyeballs out. The manosphere is full with such men who want to see black women die in the worst way or suffer in the worst way, drown in the pool of their own blood. When you hear these kinds of things coming from these men, it is not hard to see where these monsters come from.
Okay,
Yeah.
so yeah, because hey, they want to rip women eyeballs out. Guy tried to bite a woman eyeball out. Uh, they're beating up on women for turning them down. These guys don't think women should be turning them down. Um, in their eyes, no woman is good. Every woman is getting beat, attacked, killed, even the babies. Yeah, these dudes have gotten so bold that they can go to the same place over and over again. There's nobody with it jamming them up, pulling them out of coattails, doing any street justice, or letting them know you're not gonna be doing this in my neighborhood. Shoots, or running them out. And it don't help that these dudes celebrate when this stuff happens. Talk about buying a beer. So men of other communities are starting to beat up. They ain't gonna get retaliation. They're gonna be congratulated being a beer. Of course, they look at the men in our community that talk like that and act like they're crazy. Like, do y'all know what y'all doing?
Well, let me say this. Although street justice is nice in some cases,
Mm.
street justice will not get rid of this. This is far beyond what any street justice can handle. There is a legion of these monsters. They have too many numbers for street justice to deal with. The way you stop something like this is that you have to meet a force with a greater force.
Mhm.
1 second.
A force greater to another a greater force.
Right. Since this is evil and this is hatred,
Mhm.
the way to defeat it is with love. You have to have more love than there is hatred. And the love will start to overtake the hatred
Yeah.
and will start to push the hatred out. And the more love you have, the less hatred will be produced. So eventually, love will completely overtake hatred, and there will be no more of this hatred. See, hatred is a force, just like love is a force.
Mhm.
But when they meet, it depends on which one has the greater numbers, which one has the greater influence, will tell you who will be the victor of their clash. So the way to destroy this kind of evil, you have to fight it with love. I know that may sound crazy to some people, but that's the only way to defeat it because it is a force. And no street justice can stop a force. You have to meet a force with a greater force. The only thing that can stop this is love. Love is the only thing that is powerful enough to stop this kind of hatred. You must start instilling love into your children, into the people around you, to care about each other, to protect each other, to work with each other, to look out for each other, to spread the love amongst each other, to bring back the family.
Mm-hmm.
When the family was intact, these things were unspeakable. No one did these things. Restoring the love of the family, restoring the love from one black person to another, to care about each other. Once this starts to grow in the hearts of black people, the hatred will start to dissipate. And there will be less people teaching hatred and more people teaching love. Love for our sisters. Love for the black women from the black men, and love for the black men from the black women. Love from the black men and women to our children. Once we reestablish the love of our people, then we can destroy this evil. Because we will have a far greater force of love than they have of hatred. And eventually the love will overtake the hatred. And there will be no more men in our communities preaching hatred towards our people. That is how you get rid of this. Street justice won't get rid of this. Only love can get rid of this. Because only love has the power to get rid of this hatred. Street justice is violence. But though it may be a short reprieve, it is still violence. Violence is a tool of evil. So by doing street justice, although it may feel good, but it is still violence.
Mm-hmm.
It is still a tool of evil and hatred. Because in order to exact street justice, you must hate yourself. Not hate yourself, but you must hate too, in order to deal with these animals. So, the only way to get rid of it is with love. The love that we have to start teaching each other, the love that we have to start instilling in each other. We have to get to our young black men and teach them love for their women and their children.
Yeah.
To combat against this hatred that they're being taught. We must reestablish the family to bring about authority, structure, and leadership. Leadership begins in the home and spreads throughout the community. If each man's a leader in his home, then it is easy for the men to lead the community because the homes are intact. And the homes make up the community. So if each man is a leader in his home, it'll be easy for him to be a leader in the environment. Because everything will be in harmony. because all of the homes make up the entire community. That is how you stop this kind of evil. Other than that, there is no other way to stop it. And violence will surely not stop it. Although you may have to use violence from time to time. I'm not saying we're perfect, but I'm saying that if we're only using violence, that won't work. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that you can't slip and use it every now and then. Sometimes you might not be able to resist it, but it can't be your sole purpose, is what I'm saying. Because if that's our only way of dealing with this, then we have no win. We will not win. But if our long-term goal is love, then we can defeat this evil. And we can destroy it once and for all.
Yeah, it's true. Women in love, so men have to show them love. Yeah,
Well, these men need to be shown how to love. They don't know how to be husbands, fathers, shooks, even good boyfriends.
Well, that comes out of the family.
Mhm.
Because back in the day when the fathers were grooming the men to be husbands, the fathers only showed the boys the practical part of being a husband, how to deal with resources, how to gather resources, how to protect whatever. The mother was the one that actually taught the boys how to deal with the girls, how to deal with the wives. Your mother would sit you down and have a conversation and say, okay, all right, if she's acting this way, this is what you should do. You should be a gentleman. Your mother's the one that talked to you about those types of things. She was the one that got in touch with the side that will allow you to understand the ways of a woman and how to deal with them properly. While your father taught you the other part. So the mother and father, they work as a team. Your father teach you how to be a husband from a resource and practical standpoint and protective standpoint, and your mother teach you how to be a husband from from a man standpoint, from a man to a woman standpoint, understanding his wife, understanding the ways of his wife, understanding what happens when this and that happened and what he should do or whatever. Your mother's the one that taught you all of that. So she, in fact, taught you how to love your wife. Don't do
Okay.
this, son. Don't do that, son. Women don't like this. Women don't like that. Always be honest, regardless. Tell her the truth. She may be upset, but she'll think about it later. Don't be this way. Don't be that way. Okay? Have some patience, whatever. Your mother taught you all these things. And so when you come to a situation like that and your girls act a certain way, you revert back to what your mother told you. Okay, my mother said when she act this way, to just relax, have some patience. You know, or my mother said, don't take it too seriously. She didn't really mean it. Sometimes women say things that they don't mean because they're upset or because they're emotional. Your mother taught you all of these things.
they knew it. They don't just that they don't want to behave and use the love. They
Hmm.
don't. Yeah, they know
Right.
it.
Exactly. And when you have your first girlfriend, right? Again, you learn. Your mother is there to teach you, right? You come running the house, Mama, Sabrina did this and did that. So, okay, son, don't worry about it. She's fine. She's just upset because you were looking at another girl. Well, Mom, I
Yeah.
was just looking at her. Yeah, but let me explain something to you, son. Women want to be your one and only, okay? They don't want you to have eyes for another girl. So, when you're out, Don't make it so obvious. Don't look directly at other girls. Don't make it so obvious because if you do, she's going to be upset. You know, your mother was the one that sat you down and talked to you about these things and taught you how to deal with these things. Taught you the ways of a woman and how to deal with them. We have to get back to that. We have to back into teachers. We have to start teaching our children how to love and deal with one another, how to coexist with, how to live with each other. Our parents taught us how to live with our spouses, how to understand our spouses. That needs to come back. There's nobody, well, not in my generation that I know of, freaking out because they lost their girl or whatever, because we've been taught it. We understand. I'm not going to freak out. I mean, God forbid, I don't want to lose my wife, but if I ever got, my wife left me for any reason, yeah, I'll be hurt, but I'm not going to go and lose my mind. Your mother was the one that taught you these things. She also told you that sometimes things don't work out. Sometimes it's okay to go your separate ways. Don't push. Be strong and let go. If she wants out, let her out, and you go on about your business. You be a strong young man, and you go your own way. Let her go her way. Don't this and don't that. Your mother was the one that schooled you on these things. So when these things happen, there was no reason to freak out. You have the knowledge in your head on how to deal with it because your mother taught you how to deal with it. She taught you the ways of a woman and that these things may occur. These things may happen and what you should do properly as a young man to deal with them.
Yeah.
Just like the father has the birds and the bees to talk, the mother has her own conversation for her son as well. Just as the father talks to the daughter about men. My father talked to my sisters all the time about guys. Some of them didn't listen, but
Yeah.
that's another story. But sometimes you don't listen. But your parents taught you. I owe all of my understanding about women to my mother because she's the one that taught it all.
Because they don't even love their mothers, so how can they learn from them when they teach them?
I'm
The
sorry, what did you
mother,
say, Abby?
I said because they don't even love their mothers. So if they
Right.
say something to them, they don't take it.
You're right. They don't even love their mother, so how can they learn from you? Right. These monsters hate their mothers. I could never hate my mother. I could never call my mother out of her name. I don't even know where the hell you think about something like that. That would never cross my mind. I don't care if my mother is wrong. So what? That is still my mother. If she's wrong, okay. Not going to disrespect my mother because she's wrong about something. What the hell is that supposed to mean? We all are wrong about stuff. So what if she wrong? That doesn't mean you disrespect her and call her a B or something like that. That doesn't mean you become some ungrateful bastard. If my
Okay.
mother was alive today, I would still respect her to no end. I still wouldn't raise my voice to her. No matter how grown I am as a man, if my mother was still alive, I would still respect and love her as my mother and would never raise my voice to her. And most certainly would never disrespect her and call her out of her name.
Okay. All right. Everybody, we have another topic for tonight. Before we move on to another topic, I like to play this song and take a little break. This song is for the family that's left behind to grieve.
Okay, but
For,
before you do that,
hmm
let me just say thank you for having me on Ladies Night, y'all. I appreciate y'all being patient and let me have my say.
hmm
So I'm gonna take my leave, and y'all enjoy the rest of Ladies Night.
Okay.
hmm
You're welcome.
All right. Thank you for coming. Thanks for giving us, the men's take on this. All right. Okay. This song is for the family of Kanisha Himhill and their niece Journey and Jakira. Sorry about that. Here we go. Hello. All right. Second topic. Okay, we're talking about the Louisiana sheriff deputy that committed suicide. He left, I guess you could say, a video suicide letter, but it wasn't about suicide. It was about police brutality. He had a lot of subject on the matter that he wanted to change, and he felt that his suicide could call attention to the things that needed to be done or and should be done. So we're going to hear a little of it, and we're going to talk about what he says on that matter. Okay, but before we do that, we are going to read the copyright. This channel may contain content not authorized for use by its owner. However, according to Section 107 of the Copyright Act of the United States, the fair use of the copyrighted work for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, or research is not infringement of copyright. Okay, so he was hoping that his suicide would call attention to this, but as we've seen on the news, it's being downplayed. Shoots, I didn't even. I had to hear from another YouTuber, and I live right there in the state. They mentioned that he committed suicide and that he had but it wasn't until much later, as YouTubers were was commenting on it, that they said the reason why he committed suicide was because he a statement of police brutality and other stuff. Okay, his name is Deputy Clyde Kerr III. He's a black police officer at the St. Landry Parish Sheriff Department. I mean, not St. Landry, Lafayette Parish Sheriff Department. Sorry about that. All right, and in fact, his videos has been removed from most of the media. When I was doing research, I had it, but it was removed. So I had to use a fellow YouTuber who had his video up there. I like to thank the Redneck Popper. Uh, I'm sorry, Redneck Papa, for having his video downloaded completely. No commentary, just a straight video. But we're going to be commenting on it. So, and so that fits into our copyright. Okay. All right. Let me get my notes. And so where the first thing he mentioned this video. Now this video, he actually had three videos. Four if you count the one he did earlier in the year about George Floyd. But right now we're concentrating on the last one. Um okay. Let's see. Okay, he done this January 31st at 1:30 a.m. And let's see. Yeah, January 31st. And the following Friday, he commit suicide. Okay, okay. My notes put it at, let's see. Okay, okay. I don't see nothing wrong with the things he said in the beginning, but I'm going to stop it and get to the part I want to comment on because it's a little further down. Hmm. Uh-oh. All right, okay. Okay. It looked like accidentally messed some of my notes. Okay. Oh, sorry. Gotta stop sharing that to share the other thing. Okay. All right. Mm-hmm. All right. Okay, to one more thing, because he is very, very low. So I'm going to deal with my audio and adjust the mic. Okay, let me know if y'all can hear him.
Sunday. So, thing is, I was kind of hoping to see the Super Bowl, just being scheduled, but we got two quarterbacks actually playing against each other. It's to Tyler Matthews and Leonard Fournette. Hope y'all go forth and conquer. And you know, I don't think it's happenstance that everything is going on at this particular time. So I don't know, possibly maybe if y'all want to, you should. I'm saying take a knee, but we need to figure something out because this is a moment that can be seized. I think that it should be. So, but, yeah, man. I've had enough of
Yeah.
this nonsense of serving a system that does not give a damn about me or people like me, or really
Can
just
y'all hear what he's saying?
life in general. And this is
It's
not
very
something.
low.
This isn't something to state that
Yeah, it's okay now.
this killing that's going on, especially by the police, which I am. I can't abide by this no more. I'm not having anything to do with this nonsense anymore. Um, Call me what you want. Try to discredit me. I have been a stellar deputy in this 5+ years that I've been there. My last email has been sent, copied to somebody. I can't do this, but there was so much of one write up for maybe some reports being made. No whatsoever. So it's not. It can't be said that you know I was a shammer or anything like that, or I wasn't pulling my weight. And just for contextual purposes, I just want y'all to understand what I'm coming from. It's my entire life has been in service of other people, and it's just dawned on me that this time, as of now, it needs to be seized because you don't really give a damn about us. That is the truth. That is the truth. I served with a full heart in the military. After that, got back into law enforcement, and you have no idea how hard it is to put a uniform on in this day and age with everything that's going on. None. And listen, you always trust me to safeguard your little ones, your small ones, your thing that's most precious to y'all, and I did that well.
Okay. All right. Everybody in the chat, I need to know if y'all were able to hear him. Okay. Give me a one if y'all was able to hear him. Okay, you was able to hear him, Auntie. All right. Anyone else? Okay. You said how. Oh, okay. Hold on a second now.
You can. Okay, let me see.
Now, trust me with that. I've had security clearance in the military. That's verifiable. If I was untrustworthy, if I was a threat, would they let me guard the U.S. Embassy in Kabul, which I did. I trained Iraqi police, Afghan national police, and that's not it. But I wouldn't have been put in a position of that if they thought I was a threat. But that has allowed me to see the inner working of things. And this is a demonic system, and it's not anything I can continue to serve and want to be a part of. And this is not right. This is.
Sorry, we're gonna be here. See, about the picture that she put it in the chat for everybody to see. It's a corpse who committed suicide on himself. And what I know about this suicide is that you see, you cannot commit a suicide on yourself without
Yeah.
knowing what actually happened to you.
Yeah.
Hold on one second, ladies. I'm sorry to interrupt. Listen,
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
the audio is just too low, and we
Uh-huh.
don't want to keep them up there too long because we don't want to get struck down. So it's better to just talk about some of the things he talked about and why he ended his own life or whatever, because the audio is just way too low. I was just in the chat and you can barely hear what he's saying. And like I
Okay.
said, we don't want to keep him up there that long because they'll strike the channel down. So just, try to do the best you can to talk about some of the things he and why he ended his life. Okay?
Oh, what?
Okay, it's very faint though.
Okay. All right. Okay. So he was talking about. Sorry, I was muted earlier. That's why the pause was so long. He was talking about how hard it is to put on the uniform in this day and age because of all the vitriol against cops. And as a black cop, he's he finds it difficult, and especially now that there's stuff going on. Now, the part of the problem is there's a lot of black cops that see themselves as cop first, and they don't take into account you're black. Your blackness does not go away because you put a uniform. If there's racism, prejudice, bias going on in the department, it's towards you too. When you the only reason why they they seem to be okay with you is because you're a fellow cop, but let you be out of that uniform and they don't recognize you right away. Are you in a whole nother department, or you get stopped by a whole nother department that don't know who you are? Yeah, so it's especially hard, especially if you are seeing the things you're seeing. And I think that's what's come. That's what brought this on. He's seen the things he's seen, um, and and he sees no way. Either nobody's listening to him, nobody's taking him seriously, or he's just another black man to them. He's not a cop coming with his experience and his knowledge. Hmm. So that's what he was talking about in that part. He talked about his experience, that he wouldn't be trustworthy, because he was in the military and they trust him with very important. He had a very high security clearance. He taught Iraqi police how to police and all that. So this is more like talking about who he is, what's his experience and credential, and he's also what they call a resource officer at the different schools, and he's there to protect the children. There's pictures of him with little elementary school kids, and they're looking up to them. Yeah, with having a rash of school shootings, some of the schools have the officers, come in and check out the schools and make sure everything's okay, especially the beginning and end. And he's the officer they call if there's an incident or a situation that requires an officer. But he deals a lot of with a lot of the kids, and you can see by the pictures. If you ever was to look him up on his Facebook page, his Instagram, a lot of pictures, the kids look up to him, they adore him. So he was a good officer. They did not fear him. They did not look at him as, you know, problem. So in his talking about, that he starts seeing the inner workings of things. He called it um allow me to see the inner working of things. This is a demonic system, and it's not anything I can continue to serve and want to be a part of. So he's seen something in the system that he's considered demonic. And let's be honest, all the things we've been seeing on the news in our communities, yeah, it's demonic. Um, because because the police don't seem to have any empathy. They just do what they're gonna do, and they don't have no remorse about, they kill unarmed people, innocent people, or they neglect to do what they're supposed to do, and people die in their custody or end up hurt or hospitalized. Hmm.
Mhm.
Okay,
Yeah,
Abner. Hmm.
yeah. So you see, as I was saying earlier on, that you took your life by yourself. What actually is wrong with you that it will end up you being taking your life? See, if you have a problem or you have a situation, that's why we have a friends or we have a coworker or we have somebody that you share your idea with. You cannot
Hmm.
tell me that you don't have anybody talking to. You have someone. Definitely you might have someone. Can't you go there and share your idea with that person for that person to give you advice than you taking or than you committing suicide? There will be an issue, there will be a problem, there will be a whole lot of story. But some of the things that will make you end up your life will never change anything. Now you have committed suicide, killing yourself. But ask yourself, did those things that you hate it or you don't want them, that's why you are committing a suicide, is it going to change? It's not. It's still the same. So why don't you share your idea with other people for you to know what you will do to solve that solution, for you to know what you do to save those things that you don't want. Why will you do such a evil thing to yourself?
Well, he seemed, well, he said that um, nothing seemed to be able to work. He's going to use the suicide to call attention to the problems with the police department, and he's hoping that it'll go viral and people will listen to what he said and and make the changes that needed to be done. But unfortunately, I don't think that is happening because they are they're either taking down videos in some of the main media production, main uh, media news outlet, um, online news outlet, are they playing it down? They saying he commits suicide, but they don't say why he commits suicide. That that he's using it to call attention to the problems with the police. And although I've seen kind of recently, some of them are, but as for you turn on the TV to the news, no, main media, no, they're not. They ain't. I don't even think it's even on their radar.
Yeah,
But as we've seen with most main media, we keep playing and we keep drawing attention to his suicide and why. We probably could, but is it going to change anything? Only if they want it to change. And I don't think they're going to admit that there's a problem with the police department, let alone make changes. Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Because
So
mm-hmm. Go ahead,
yeah,
Abner.
yeah. So if they are complaining or it's not even on the news, that means you see you have killed yourself for nothing. You have killed yourself for nothing. Don't he have a child? Don't he have a wife? Don't he have a family members?
Yeah, him and his wife is divorced, but I don't think that's it. Um, I I think he lost a fellow officer, and
Yeah, if you have
he saw something that he couldn't take it anymore. He one way or the other he was going to leave, but he was trying to get the changes. But I guess whoever he was talking to, he couldn't get them to listen, or they wouldn't see it, or they wouldn't see that there was a problem.
yeah, but
Yeah,
that one cannot save your life. That one cannot even change anything from what now you have done.
yeah.
Nothing have been changed. You just lose your life
Hmm.
just like that.
Hmm.
Whilst if you are there, some of the youth or some of the children that are coming will learn something from you. Will study you. They will pick some of your footsteps, some of your lifestyle from you. And now you are not on earth again. What are they going to learn? All they're going to learn is that you committed suicide.
Yeah.
That is what
Yeah.
we want as a blacks. No, we want better things in our communities. We want better things in our lives. So we have to do something that will encourage us, will improve us to go very high or to go far. We shouldn't be like committing a suicide cannot do anything. You see, you commit a suicide, a corpse officer, you
Hmm.
commit a suicide. How
Yeah.
much more someone who is even someone just nothing. You don't have anything. What are you trying to show that person? You're trying to tell that person that hey, you too, you can also do a commit a suicide the same way.
Hmm. Well, well,
Yeah, I don't believe it that it's a suicide that you commit.
yeah. I
What I
don't believe.
believe is, yeah, what I believe is that maybe there's a problem and they don't want to show us, so they are just hiding it and say you committed suicide. I don't believe it.
Mhm. Well, well, he was being very, very honest about a bunch of stuff, and he was so so the most they could do is probably tear him down. That's why the videos ain't up because he's exemplary except for the suicide, and they trying to go that there's some mental issues, which he's going to talk about in here too. He talks about in here. Okay. Now, further a little further along in the transcript, he goes about the demon. He said, "This is not right. This is no form of justice." So let's go down the list. Barton shot in his own apartment. How did that work? How does that work? Chilling on his couch. I don't give a damn if he had weed in the apartment. You going to execute somebody for that? Oh no, y'all good for that. You break up a family for a plant. The war on drugs is nonsense, but oh, now it's, well, okay, I want to pause there a little bit. So he's saying that he don't care if the guy had weed in his apartment or anything else. There was no reason to shoot him. He's chilling on his couch.
Hmm.
But they good for that. He said, "Oh, they good for that." In other words, they look for something to make the victim a bad guy. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And so he goes on. Okay, so now he goes on to the war on drugs. He said, "You break up families for a plant. This war on drugs is nonsense." But oh, okay, now he's going into something really big. Not just the war on drugs. He said now it starts to get legal because of because big pharmaceutical companies stand to make billions off of it, and they paid off the lobbyists, who in turn have started ushering the way. It needs to go. It needs to go for them. The countless people who are doing time behind that. How do you? How do you? How do you even make amends for that? You can't. You can't. So he's going in with a bang. He's telling how he really feels about the situation with Bob and John. There's probably some good cops that feel that way, but they being quiet about it, or uh they keep it among themselves. Hmm. Yeah, cops shouldn't be using this as an excuse to kill somebody. Shouldn't be using that as an excuse that to vilify somebody. And what's bad is we had people killed over we used to have their weed be used to massacre their reputation and character, and we had people go to jail over this. It's not like they were selling. A lot of them was it was their own personal use. They were smoking it. They were only harming themselves. But now it's starting to become legal, and pharmacies are pharmacy company are making money off it. Also now it's legal. It's okay. So what y'all gonna do? Make it up to these people all over the country that they jailed over this. You know, are you letting them go? Are you gonna give them back their lives? You know, how you gonna make up for that? You say you can't make up for that. Can't make amends. They lost years in jail. Some of them are still in jail because each state has a different. If you were arrested for federal charges, yeah, you release. But if each state is different, and it's the states now you need to work on to release these uh, people that on weed charges now that it's starting to become legal. Okay, ladies, did I just floor y'all away? Melanated,
Yeah,
Avena.
yeah, yeah,
Mhm.
yeah, yeah.
Mhm.
It's very bad. So, you see, for me, what he did was wrong. He don't supposed to do such evil things like that. If you are facing some issues, if you are facing some problems, don't you call anybody and talk to them that hey, this is the problem I'm facing, or this is the issue I'm facing. I need a solution for this, so that you can find some of the ideas from your colleagues or your friends. But you did
Mhm.
not. You just think, oh, the life belongs to me. I can take it by myself. Yes, you do. But ask yourself that when did you end up your life? Did you do something on it? Did something change on it? No, nothing changed.
Mhm.
Nothing
Yeah.
changed.
Mhm. Well, yeah. He probably. Well, I know from the others tape. I guess he tried talking to people. They either copped out, let it go, or they couldn't find a solution or way to change the situation either.
Yeah. So if they say let it go away, you have to wait
Mhm.
because you're a human being and you have life. Who knows if you're alive by this time maybe what you are looking for to be changed or what you are looking for to be done, you could have done by now. But you end up your life. And that is not good. That is not good. This suicide eating is not good. For black children have to be seen. We shouldn't commit suicide in black communities so that the children over there who are learning from us will not learn how to commit a suicide.
Mhm. Okay. All right, melanated. You have anything to say? Melanated. Are you still having technical problems?
I think she dropped off.
Oh, she jumped on and dropped out.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay, Auntie.
Yes.
What do you think about what I read or what Abaddon said?
I think that he may have had a form of postpartum depression, which drove
Mhm.
him to suicide.
Ah, yeah. If he's in a job he loves and he sees that it's corrupted and nothing seemed to be able to be done about it, um, and and uh, and there seemed to be mental issues, psychological issues with the police as a whole. He had a fellow officer commit suicide, um, but that that didn't seem to. Okay, well, I know postpartum kind of there's a delay, but he don't seem to touch too much about that. It seemed he's more into the corruption and the brutality, the killing
Yeah, but that
of
does
our
something to
people.
your
Mhm.
mental state as well.
Yeah, yeah, but I guess he saw that nothing was going to be changed, or there was nothing he can do to change. But he knew he was going to leave because he said he couldn't be a part of the system anymore. All right, so then he moved on to George Floyd. This Floyd, nah, this shit is not right. I'm telling you that if this feels right to you as a person, there's something wrong with you. This is the furthest thing from right. This is the manner of weakness that I brought and you get away with. When is enough going to be enough for people? Huh? Seriously? So, so he talks about George Floyd. He in another video he talks about an earlier video he talks about trying to explain this to his son, to his son. How could something like this happen? Because you've seen, everybody has seen it. This is not just some story you're reading in the newspaper. You're seeing it. You're seeing it live, and you're seeing how long and how callous the officer is. You can see the officer just don't care. The other officers are too into their training and programming that they let common sense go out that this is wrong. They can't see wrong anymore. hmm So he goes on to y'all radicalizing people, and then when they buck and they want to go against the system because it's not for them, you come down on them with a hammer. Now, this he seems to be talking about Black Lives Matter. When they protest George Floyd, they protest all kind of police brutality, killing of our black men and women and children by the police. And so when people are protesting and radicalized, they come down on them with a hammer, talking about us because we know that other thing was not a hammer on them. So So he knew that was right. I would jump down below where he's talking about this again. He don't leave it there with uh with the George Floyd. He has some comments about the officers there, his take of it, and and that's why he thinks the police department needs psychological evaluation. Yeah, he just don't understand how this could happen.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
and
don't even
then
know.
there's no accountability for it. Oh, I'm sorry, Auntie. Go ahead.
I think that was Abena.
Oh, Avena.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Avena.
No, I was just saying. Oh, sorry. Oh, nah, I forget. Sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead. I forgot what I about to say.
Okay. All right. Okay. So now he's moving on to parent. I don't know how many of y'all know about it because this happened in Louisiana in Lafayette. Uh, Trayford Perrin. Okay, now he's a little disjointed with this, but don't know all the inner workings of that because that happened with the police department. He's the sheriff department. But between, I don't know all the inner workings of that, but between that and just, man, listening, I understand we have a tough job, but we signed up for this. We need help. Help because we deal with the bottom rung society. It was not it has not given us excuse to just do whatever we want. And that's what we're doing. We're not being held accountable. And it's just allowed. Not personally in the environment that I am in, because I mean I don't do normal police work anymore, I've I've done it. Uh-huh. And he was on duty that night that night Middleborough got killed, and that's hard enough. Okay. Okay, that is a fellow police officer. Um so he was working that night when that officer got killed. So that must be the. I thought that officer had committed suicide, but maybe the information I was reading was something else. Okay, all
Okay.
right. Mhm. But he's processing that. Yeah. So yeah. Trey for Paradin was shot 17 times by officers. Uh, he had a knife, but he was walking away from them, and they shot him 17 times, and then they handcuffed him after they shot him. They supposedly said they tased him, but the taser wasn't effective on him. So in order to stop him, they shot him 17 times. Then they handcuffed him. Okay, so there was a lot of protests going on with that because he does uh Paradin had some mental issues, but he wasn't considered dangerous. Well, I guess because he had the knife, they considered him dangerous, but nobody else did, and that they didn't need to do that. hmm Okay. He said this is where he goes on where police officers need mental help. Okay. Yeah, he goes where police officer needs mental help because you can't tell me what happened in Milwaukee. He's talking about George Floyd. That would have been caught. That should have been caught. The dude was all of a sudden he didn't have any. It was just complete apathy. He shouldn't shoot again. Got caught. That is a failure of leadership. It's a systematic thing. Look at it like this. He was the The guy that was kneeling on George Floyd was the senior most person there. That means he was the senior officer there. The freshest person there, the rookie, he was like 2 weeks out of FTO. Uh, that's their training. He's not going to check somebody that got 10 plus years and say something. He thinks it's normal. He's just going to go along with it, and that is the indoctrination and everything. So that's how officers get indoctrinated. They have a senior officer that's doing wrong, and they so new they thinking it's normal. That's what it's supposed to do, and they become indoctrinated. And nobody's there to correct it, make it accountable, because he's so new. He's he's going by what the officers doing. That's how they get indoctrinated. And I think some police officers they had gotten indoctrinated because a lot of them keep saying every time um, there's a situation that they were just following training. So I'm thinking we need to find out what was he trained, who was he training under when he was going through his training. Maybe he got indoctrinated with some wrong stuff. But I'm not trying to excuse you. There's a lot of stuff they're doing that is just plain common sense should tell you, um, or in decency they shouldn't do that.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, but I guess like they keep drumming in, this is to help you keep you alive. And the drumming, he could have had this, he could have that. Why are they always on? He could have had instead of what he do have, or he could have charged, or he could have did this, because they've been trained and indoctrinated to expect the worst, even when their eyes are telling them that is not a gun. That is a phone. He's unarmed, or he's telling you if he really wanted to kill you, why would he tell you he has a gun? Hmm.
Yep.
Okay. Hmm. Okay. Let's see what's going on in the chat. Cause I've been talking. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Well, many breaks is in. Everybody's saying hi. Okay. What are y'all thinking about in the chat about what he's saying about the police? Police officers need mental health check, and about this other stuff that he was saying about the George Floyd situation. That if officers have been getting mental checks on the regular, uh, that this officer who he could see had checked out and became apathetic, that he wouldn't kill Floyd. Okay, let me refresh my let's see, my chat. All right. Okay, ladies, what do y'all think?
Okay.
Okay, okay, about his saying that police officers need mental health checks, psychological help, the check.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
Yeah, and that the leadership in the police department should have pulled this guy out a long time ago, because he also had another shooting incident under his belt just before he was dealing with George Floyd. Yeah, and then he had charge of rookie officers. Who knows how he had influenced them or gave them some incorrect information or have them thinking this is normal. Mm. Okay. Okay, let's see. Okay, say it ain't so. Says I agree. I think the guy's seen a bunch of stuff related to today's behavior. The officer definitely appeared to be broken. Hmm. Okay, Max. You been listening? Okay.
Hello.
Hey, can you? How you doing? You been listening?
Yeah, yeah. I just wanted to chime in a little bit.
Hmm.
This situation, and I hate to say it, but the brother wasted his life. He
Hmm.
would have been far more greater to us alive.
Yeah.
Okay, all those things that he talked about, he could have taught to our children. He could have taught our children the differences. He could have taught our children what to look out for. Our children, the next generation of our children, would have been that much smarter. Had he all those things that he talked about different systems and not knowing what system is what and how they're all interchangeable and they work together. All of this inner information is valuable that he could have passed on to our children. He
Hmm.
would have been a greater asset to us alive.
Hmm.
I wish somebody could have talked to him before he gave in to his emotions, because there's no doubt those were emotions of despair. Despair is what usually makes a person feel hopeless. So I wish somebody could have talked to him. I wish I could have talked to him to convince him that he's much more of an asset, that you can do a greater blow to white supremacy by teaching what you know to our younger generation. You can be a greater blow that way,
Hmm.
giving our young children the knowledge that they need to conquer this system. See, that's what our children need. They need knowledge. We don't need people who have the kind of information he had taking their lives. We need that information. That information needs to be passed down and taught to our children so that they may be better equipped to deal with this poisonous system, this rogue system that is set up to destroy them. By taking his life in a selfish manner, he is not only taken away from his own children, but he's taken away from a generation of children.
Hmm.
This is a
Yeah.
man that once said that he was in charge of over 200 children, and he loved them as if they were his own. But yet you leave them behind.
Hmm.
You leave them behind, and you've taken the information, this important information, with you. He would have been greater to us alive.
Hmm.
Teaching our children, those 200 children he's talking about, teach them. Pass this information along. And understand something, black people, you are behind enemy lines. There is no negotiating with your enemy. Your enemy is tolerating you for the so-called sake of humanity, even though your enemy has no humanity. He's already demonstrated that. But they're merely tolerating you. They don't have to give you anything. They have already conquered you. You have not fought back. You have given up. You have decided to try to assimilate into the system. Many of you are trying to become honorary white people when there's no such thing.
Mm-hmm.
Many of you want to be a part of the Ku Klux Klan, so you are auditioning to be a black race soldier, a terror to your own people. Some of you are cooning to no end, assimilating. So you cannot ask your enemy to be fair to you, to give you rights that you were not brave enough to take. See, let me tell you the difference between us and our enemy. Our enemy is not going to submit to you even in defeat. They would rather die. That is the difference. They would rather die than to be subjugated by you or to be under your rule. Or to look at you, have to look up to you and ask for rights to live like a human being. They would rather die. Most people would rather die.
Yeah.
And that is the difference.
Mm-hmm.
Go back to the movie 300. Some of these movies got some cold lines, you know? When Leonidas said to them, he said, hey, we'd rather die on our feet than live on our knees. A lot of people feel like that for real in real life. And they are not going to be slaves to anyone. And that's the difference between us and our enemy. Too many of us are willing to live on our knees and are terrified to die on our feet. To die on our feet. And this is well known, and so this is exploited to no end. This is why you have so many black males who are being effeminate. You know, that's one of the worst things you can do to a man is take away his manhood, his ego. That is everything that he is. When you got grown black men dancing and prancing like girls in college, and they call it stepping. There's nothing more than dancing and prancing like little girls. Hardened men do not dance and prance. This is the behavior of homosexuals. That's why all of those groups are Greek. They are of Greek origin. Anybody know what the Greeks used to be known for? And are still known for? As a matter of fact, they got to the point now to where child molestation is you can get I believe in Greece, you can get money if you're a child molester, something like that. We'll look that up. There's something going crazy about child molestation over there.
Oh.
But anyway, the Greeks in the ancient times used to have a nickname. They used to be called lovers of boys. And all these fraternities are deep in Greek tradition. Even wrestling came about just so men can feel each other up sexually. All these male groups. You never thought about that? You never ever came across your mind like, wow, all of these men are so tightly grouped together and how they stand close to each other? I said to you before, Dane, that most that real men don't like being around each other. Didn't I tell you that?
Yes.
When you look at these dudes, look at how they willingly stand close to each other, nut to butt, without any any resistance. They're willing to touch each other all the time. That all of this prancing and dancing and stepping, all of this is feminine shit. And so when you have all of this, because you are a group of men who've given up and no longer want to fight and decide to accept your fate and being conquered, and you get mad at Cynthia G when she says that you're conquered and you're dominated, because you are. You won't fight back. Other men would have died already. Other races of men would have died. They would have fought to the death. So we can't expect them to treat us a certain way. They run all of this now. We don't. These are their platforms that we're using. These are their organizations that we're working in. We can't expect them to treat us a certain way. They don't care about us. They conquered us. They don't give a damn about us. Mm-hmm. They don't care about treating us no damn way, except for the way they want to treat us. You have to fight back. You have to start establishing things. You have to build and get some power, and you have to start getting the courage to fight back. You know, you can't ask somebody who conquered you and nearly wiped you out and is still trying to wipe you out to treat you fairly. They're not trying to do that. If that was the case, these cops wouldn't be murdering unarmed black people. So, not to ramble on and interrupt the ladies that much more. It's that when we get into these places like the cops, this fraternity of cops or whatever, understand something. They don't want you there to begin with because you're black. And you don't have enough black men with you, or enough black people, or enough people in the right places to fight against that system. So getting worked up about it, or getting to the point where you want to take your life, it's not worth it. It's not worth it. It's not worth it at all. And I believe that this brother here, took his life in vain. And what bothers me the most about him is that he said that he used to take care of children, over 200 of them, as if they was his. Well, he has children. He has his own children. And he has left them behind. He chose to leave them behind. That's all I wanted to say. Go ahead, ladies.
Okay. All right. Anybody else want to say anything? Okay. Okay. So he said the thing, the indoctrination, it hadn't happened here where he's at. Hasn't been around me, but I see how it happens. So all of this code of blue silence. Now, sorry, I'm going to be on the right side of this one. I'd rather be considered crazy, whatever they were going to say about it. Oh, he was under the influence of something. I don't know. No, that is the easy cop out, just to say that I am, because that would then allow a dialogue not to be started. It needs to be talked about. This is insane. He's about to go off the rail, so he had to stop for for a minute. But he's talking about George Floyd and how they say, oh, he was under the influence, he was this or that, and he's saying that's a cop out.
Okay, let me
That's to
say
keep
that. Let me say.
that's
Let me say.
that
Let me.
somebody says not to keep somebody from talking. Huh?
Yeah, let
What?
me say. Let me say. Let me say this.
Uh-huh.
Um, okay, you have to understand.
Mm-hmm.
This is their system. This is the way they treat us. Of
Mm-hmm.
course, they're going to say these things. They've said them over and over again. This isn't anything new. Black people should know this by now. You should know that when someone dies of a noble cause that is black, or they're trying to cover something up, they're going to say that there's something wrong with you, that you're crazy. They do this all the time. My
Mm-hmm.
thing is, how do you prevent it? We all know that that's what they're going to do. You see, we keep talking to each other like we've never seen this stuff before. Like it's the first time that they tried to say somebody black was crazy who died for a noble cause or died to expose something about the system that was inhumane, right? This isn't the first time.
Mm-hmm.
So we keep acting as though, it's the first time every time it happens and that we've never seen it before. See, black people are stuck in a mode to where we keep presenting information. Everything is a presentation of information. But there is no action. There is no course of action. There is no instruction on how to deal with this information or what should be the result of this information
Mm-hmm.
or how to deal with what information we was just told.
Uh-huh.
That is what we are missing. Every time you turn around, people are just presenting information. Yeah, of course, you know what they're going to do, right? They're going to say he crazy. Okay, so how do we stop them from saying he crazy? How do we make them accountable for what's going on? That's the information. No one is saying that. No one is saying, okay, this is how we stop this BS. This is how we stop them from trying to say he's crazy. This is what we need to do. We need to do X, Y, and Z. We need to turn off the TV so they lose ratings. We need to uh, pick it outside of their office. We need to do something. This is what we need to do. We don't have no information like that. It's just a presentation every time you turn around. They're going to do that. We know they're going to do this already. You know how we know? Because they've done it before and they continue to do it. We should know by now what's going to happen, what they are going to say. We should know that by now. We don't have to keep presenting that to each other as if it's the first time we've heard or seen it. It's time to have a solution about it. How do we prevent it? How do we ignore it? How do we see the truth regardless of them trying to cover it up? How do we do that? At this point, we need information that is going to bring about solutions. We don't need any more presentations. We have enough presentations to last us a lifetime. We need information that's going to bring about solutions.
Okay. All right. Well, well, one of his solution was the officers need mental health checks. I don't know how they're gonna get around the blue wall of silence. He said the officer Police officers stopped that blue wall of silence. Um,
No, no, no.
mhm,
See again, right? These. Let me tell you something. These officers don't need any mental. They know exactly what they're doing because they've been trained to do this.
mhm,
They've been taught and trained to do this. I guarantee you, you catch one of these officers, according to one of these officers, the first thing they're going to say is, "I did what I was taught to do."
yeah.
It's about no damn mental health. This is about a system that is set up to destroy people. These officers are taught to be this way. Even black officers. Some of these black officers have brought in.
Mhm,
I remember KRS One made a song a long time ago, a rap song called Black Cop,
mhm,
when he talked about the black cop showing out for the white cop.
uh-huh,
So you had cops back in the '80s buying in.
uh-huh.
You think that white people are the only ones who hate black people and want to beat up black people? You have some black people want to do the same thing. You got some black people that hate black people too. Some even more than white people.
Mhm,
They want to beat the hell out of black people. I was watching a police stop of two black officers with two black dudes in the car, and one officer was talking about killing one of the dudes right off the bat.
mm.
There was no kind of professional talk or nothing. He was just like, "You're going to be dead. You're going to be dead." Talking about killing the dude. Right? He ended up killing him anyway because the dude tried to get out of the car. Obviously, the guy had something on him he didn't want to get caught with, and he got out of the car and he lit him up. He shot him like 8 times, and he put his gun back in his holster like ain't nothing happened.
That's not good.
And so you got black cops out here. You got some black people that just worse as white folks. You look at Django, right? The movie Django,
Mhm,
and one of the lines that Jamie Foxx had in it, when he was supposed to be a slave owner,
mhm.
and he told the black people, he said, "Look, there's something you niggas don't know about me. I'm worse than any white boy out here." This is the mentality that some black people have towards other black people, that they're worse than any white boy out here. Now, remember that movie Django? Remember that part? But he got on that horse and he said, "Hey, it's something you niggas don't know about me. I'm worse than any white boy out here." And that is the mentality that some black people have towards black people in real time. That they're worse than any white boy out here. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Dane, but it's just
Mhm.
some things I don't want to to get misconstrued
Okay.
about, because some things he's saying, you know, I don't agree with. I'm sorry the brother took his life, but a lot of things he's saying I don't agree with.
Mhm. Yeah, I understand. I'm about the same. Oh, Manuel Briggs is like Manuel Briggs is like I know exactly who they're talking about. I think when you combine the obvious racism that he faced, we all face with the fact that there is all this infight in our community amongst all of it. I'm not surprised that he did what he did. After a while, hopelessness set in. And if there's no positivity, it's very easy to back yourself into a corner you can't get out of. And then Hassan goes, what did he think? There have been black cops for years, and they've been very unsuccessful with changing their inner workings of the police and the force.
That's why I say he would have been better
Hmm.
alive. He would have been an asset to us alive because he could have took this. He had inner, listen, he had knowledge of the inner workings of the system. That's valuable knowledge. He could have passed that on to our children, on to other black people to give us a fighting chance. But yet he took that information with him. And and I hate to say the brother was selfish because he was going through some stuff mentally. Okay, that's no joke. The brother was obviously mentally in a bad place, and I feel for him for that. And don't want to make light of his situation. But it was selfish of him to do that. He left children behind that could have benefited from that knowledge. They could have benefited from that knowledge more than anyone else.
Mm-hmm.
Left children behind. He left our generation behind that could have benefited from that knowledge, that valuable knowledge. He could have passed that on to some able and willing black people who could have used that knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, I don't want to badmouth the brother because it's sad what happened to him. It really is. It's a crying shame what happened to him. And my condolences goes out to his family. But he took away precious knowledge that we could have used. The younger generation could have used. His children could have used. Pete, brothers and sisters, when you're in a situation like that, and you have that kind of knowledge, then be a thorn in white supremacy's side. Don't take your life. Pass that information on to as many black lives as you possibly can. Be a thorn in the side of white supremacy. Don't help white supremacy by taking your own life.
Mm-hmm.
Be an enemy to white supremacy. Be a thorn by passing on the information to as many black lives as you possibly can to help those black lives get that much closer to defeating white supremacy.
Yeah. Yeah. That's exactly what he could have done. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so in the chat, let's see. Uh, Mika goes, my dad taught me that he said the black cop could be worse because he's proven himself to the white one, just like the black cop in Boys in the Hood.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Black cop showing out for the white cop. Yeah, there's a rap song by KRS-One called Black Cop. Listen to that song when y'all get a chance. Don't play it tonight, Dang. But listen to that song and listen to what KRS-One is saying about the black cop showing out for the white cop.
Uh-huh. And that's not what they're supposed to be doing. They forgot originally why they were supposed to be joining the police. But hey.
Oh no. They didn't forget.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't forget. They just don't give a damn. Understand, when people get to this point, right? They don't care anymore, They don't care anymore. They're only out for them. They're only out for themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they don't give a damn about anyone else. You get
Oh.
to the point where you don't even care about your own people anymore.
Mhm. Yeah.
Man,
Yeah, and then you get infected with their mentality. Because
right.
that police officer boy the hood, he wasn't just showing off for the white cop. In fact, he was the senior cop in that situation. Um, and the white cop was trying to tell, no, no, he got infected with their hatred, and he was hating. Hmm. He forgot who he was.
Yeah.
Hmm. Well, but do you think that this cop that killed himself could be that he was either too sensitive or he was one of the good ones and it was becoming too much for him?
Well, I don't like the term sensitive because
Oh,
when you say sensitive, then you downplay the pain that he was going through. You demean the pain that he was going through. This is a human being.
yeah,
Everybody has feelings.
yeah. Hmm.
You know, this society has done a good job in dehumanizing people and making life seem to be insignificant.
Hmm.
So when someone is hurting, we start to demean their pain by saying that they are sensitive. They're not sensitive, they're hurting.
Yeah. And,
We're not robots,
no.
even though people try to convince you of that every day by telling you that emotions are bad, right? But no
Hmm.
matter how hard you try, unless you're some kind of broken toy, you cannot get rid of your emotions.
Uh-huh.
Something is going to affect you because it's supposed to. You are a human being. You're not a robot. You're not a cartoon. You're not Megatron or Optimus Prime or Gigantor or Voltron. You're not Spock. You're a human being. And in the real world, human beings feel.
Uh-huh.
Human beings have emotions. You need your emotions. Well, we can save that. I can go on a whole rant about that, but I'm not going to do it. It sounds like you're already struggling now to stay awake. So let
Okay.
me stay out of y'all way.
All right.
I'm sorry. I just had to. It's you had two touchy subjects for me. I didn't mean to try to commandeer anything, because I have the utmost respect for ladies' night. But
Okay. Hmm. All
but
right.
you had two subjects that really hit home with me.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I just had to come in and voice my opinion.
All
I'm
right.
still hurting behind those babies.
All right. Okay. Okay. So he says next, this whole system, this thing was built on free slave labor, and there's no way this can't implode on itself. We can't continue on it. Won't even give us reparation. That's the thing about it. I'm thinking about money. It's about being decent. And people are so busy calling themselves Republicans and Democrats, they don't even just be a decent person anymore. That is sad.
Now you see, I hate to do this, but I gotta jump in there one more time.
Uh huh.
Black people, how are you expecting a group of people that went around this country murdering and conquering and stealing from anybody that could?
Hmm.
How are you expecting people like that to be decent? They aren't even decent to each other. I mean, we are our own worst enemy. In some ways, you have to say we're stupid because we keep expecting something to change that keep happening over and over again the same way. There's no changing them. This is who they are. There is no decency in them. If it were, you would have seen it by now. Okay. Just ask yourself this question.
Mm-hmm.
Would you have filmed somebody being slowly choked to death?
Mm-hmm.
Would you have filmed that? All of you ask yourself that question. You're watching a person being murdered slowly and painfully with suffocation and begging and pleading for his life and calling for his mama. Would you have filmed that?
No, I would not.
Hmm.
No, I'd be trying to get them off of him or get them to stop.
I'll tell you what I would have done. I probably would have been shot. I don't know if I would have been alive because I would have took that camera and bust that police officer upside his head because he's killing a human being right before my eyes. Just because this man committed some kind of small crime does not give you the right to murder him like a dog in the street. And if we sit there and allow something like that to happen, other officers are going to do it because that's the kind of people that they are. They're savages. So if one savage sees another savage get away with it, he's going to do it. Because that's the way savages think. You see, savages don't think like regular human beings. They don't. They think in the mind, they think in the abstract destructional type way. They see it as, well, hell, he got away with it. I'm gonna get away with it too. I'm gonna do it. And I'm gonna go choke somebody out slow. And hell, I may stab him too. Or I may be tasing him while I'm choking him out. Somebody should have kicked the shit out of that police officer. If that was the 60s, George Floyd would be alive. Because I guarantee you, a bunch of black folks would have knocked the shit out of that police officer. They'd have threw shit at him. They'd have chased him out of there.
Yeah.
They wouldn't have sat there and watched that shit. We watched a movie called Black Sisters Revenge. It's a very powerful movie. It's a black exploitation film, but it's a little different. It's about a country girl named Emma May, black country girl. But the more I watched that movie, the more powerful that movie became. Now I saw what they were doing in that movie. That movie depicts and captures what black people were back in the 60s and 70s. Especially when you look at the scene where Zeke and Jesse fought the police. When you had the scene where the father said, everybody knows the cops are crazy. So when the cops pulled over Zeke and Jesse and went to brutalize them, what did they do? They defended themselves and they fought the police.
Mm-hmm.
And those police were black.
Mm-hmm.
See, back then, now this is a real depiction of what went on in the 70s. If y'all get a chance, watch that movie Black Sisters Revenge. And if there's enough of y'all who want to see it, we'll stream it again in Discord. Y'all can come on in. Tonight we're going to be watching, if we're not too tired, either tonight or tomorrow, we're going to be watching Donnie Brasco. But if that would have happened back in the 70s, George Floyd would still be alive, and that cop would have got his ass knocked the fuck out. Or worse. Somebody would have bust that cop in the head with a brick or something. I guarantee you. But he would not have been sitting there on top of that black man suffocating him like that.
Uh-huh.
Nobody would have let that go down. There would have been no film because somebody would have been going upside his head with a goddamn camera. And all you would have heard was eyewitness accounts. Well, yeah, the cop was trying to choke the brother. Next thing you know, this dude came in with a drop kick and the cop went flying. You should have seen it. Man, it was so quick. All I saw was bell bottoms and platform shoes flash before my eyes. And that brother was mean.
He probably wouldn't have been the only one for what I'd seen of it. If everybody in the area would have been, hey, get off of him, and then they would have went in.
Yeah. Because back then, black folks had a mob mentality when it came down to fighting. The police officers, all it took was one person to do something to the cop. Next thing you know, it was 30, 40 black folk over there fucking them up. Yeah, all it took was one person. Okay. So, again, I don't want to contradict the brother, but, there's some things he's saying, man, that, I just don't agree with. I'm sorry. I done did too much interruption tonight.
Oh, well, you're the only one that's talking. I think the rest of them fell out. So, I check in the chat every now and then. They be saying something like, because Hassan Burton, the 60s and the 70s, they've been doing that. Yvette is planning on seeing Black Sister Revenge.
Yeah, it's a powerful movie.
His son is giving his thumb up on the movie.
Yeah, it's a powerful movie, man. It really depicts the way black people, the kind of mentality that they had back then. Some of these movies that I talk about, because I watch a lot of movies, I'm a big movie guy, and I really pay attention to what's being said in the movie. I watch everything about the movie. I watch scenes, I see if they're trying to say something subliminally. I look for all that stuff. And from time to time, you're going to hear me reference a movie. And when I do, if you already saw the movie, it'll make you go back and watch the movie again. If I happen to reference the movie you saw and pick something particular out of that movie. Like, for example, The Green Mile. Magical Negroes with superpowers that benefit whites.
And who wanted to die.
Yeah, and he wanted to die. He wanted to commit suicide because he hated the world. But before he did that, he used all his powers to help whites. Same thing with vagabonds. Is it vagabonds or vagabonds?
Uh, I think it's Bagger Bands.
Yeah, vagabonds, the golf pro, right? Where Will Smith play. Will Smith is an angel, comes down to help a white boy improve his golf swing. Swing. Are you serious? Seriously?
Hmm.
And I really was upset with the Green Mile. The Green Mile made me mad in so many ways, man. So many ways. Because John Coffey was a depiction of the way white people see black people in real time. Some big, strong, hulking figure that's dumb and childlike.
Hmm.
What's your name? John Coffey. Like the drink, only not spelled the same. K-O. I mean, that burned me up, man.
Well, yeah, just like when slave talk on the slave movies.
And then they had him talking like a slave. I was tired of not having friends, boss. I was tired of not having a friend tells me what we's doing and where's we's going. Now here's a black man who's a giant with nothing but muscle, has this power of life inside him, a power to heal and take diseases directly out of the body and heal the human being completely.
Hmm.
But it only benefit whites. And not nan one of them whites stood up for him. They still executed him. Even after he saved that old dying hag, white woman, and she had so much evil and disease in her, it nearly killed him. Let's take note of that. Because whatever he sucked out of her, she had so much corruption and evil in that nasty body of hers, it nearly killed him. Let's not lose sight of that. So, damn, you all right?
Oh yeah, yeah. I'm looking at what
Yeah,
the chat's saying.
yeah. Let's not lose sight of that. So, and then at another talking about some, what you want us to do? Bust you out of here? So it goes to show you how they don't have no compassion. First of all, you got a human being like that with that kind of power. I would have done everything in the world to protect it. Are you kidding me? After seeing him do something like that, you're going to let somebody like that die? I would have been, nah, here's your man right over here, dog. This old crazy looking white man, he didn't want to do all that shit. John Coffey is innocent. I vouch for him. I would have did everything I could. And if I had to bust him out of there, I would have did that too. You don't
Well,
let somebody like that die.
well, how you gonna bust somebody out that don't want to be bust out?
When I would have got finished with him, right, he would have been wanting to live forever. Because I would have been that friend he was talking about. Remember I told you, he said he tired of not having a friend, tells him where's we's going and what we's going. I would have became that friend. I'd be like, John, you got a friend now, and I'm about to tell you where's we going and what we's going to do. And I surely wouldn't have let him die. With a gift like that, are you crazy? That goes to show you the hatred that white people have. That even if you are benevolent, with godlike powers that can heal them, they still don't care nothing about your life. The Green Mile will show you a really good, matter of fact, give you a really good understanding about how white people see black people. Because that movie sends a message loud and clear that you can be good, you can even save their lives, and they still hate you, and they still have no regard for your life. They still will kill you at will. Even when you are benefiting them, even when you are helping them, they still have no compassion for you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah. Well, you know who made those movies?
No.
The white people. So they made it how they wanted to see it. We are
Yeah.
magical Negroes who put here to help them out.
Uh,
That's what our invention, all our inventors were. They were magical Negroes as there to help them out, so they can take credit for it and still
Magical
be happy.
Negroes.
Hmm. Of course, we can't be smart, intelligent, or capable of doing things. No, we gotta be magical Negroes. That's not unusual Negroes. Just not just smart people as a whole, or intelligent people as a whole, or people. Period.
Hmm.
Mm.
Talking monkeys. We're articulate monkeys.
well, well, weirdly enough, the monkeys that I've seen look more like white people. So,
No, it's too many niggas smiling and shining like monkeys.
uh,
I mean, look at Future and what's the guy that wears the damn dress, the rapper?
uh,
What's that monkey's name?
I forgot. I forgot.
Walking around in a damn dress. I mean, good grief, man. I mean, good grief.
Wait a minute. I thought it was that guy that played Barney that is running around in a dress.
I don't know, man. I just the guy that wore the Southern Belle dress.
Uh, I don't know.
I mean, how the fuck do you?
Well, somebody's bound to mention him. Let's see. Oh, he said Hassan said Young Thug.
Yeah, Young Thug. Unbelievable, man.
So Young Thug is running around in a dress. I know
Yeah.
he was wearing a kilt at one point, kilt with pants, and he was wearing a loincloth. Oh, was that him or was that somebody else? A loincloth
I got a question,
pants.
man.
Hmm.
I'm confused. Janelle Monae, is that a little boy?
No, she's not saying she's a boy. She's just saying she don't have no sex.
You know, I'm inclined to believe her.
Hmm.
I'm not sure what the hell he or she is.
Hmm.
The more I look at her or him or what, I don't know what the hell to think.
Uh,
Seriously, I've never been confused about a person before, but every time I see her or him or it, I don't know what to think.
well,
I
I
don't know what that is.
mhm. That's confusion. That is hiding. That is they've been molested. Don't want to, so they don't want to have a female.
I
So
I don't I I I don't know about all that.
Hmm.
Don't get me wrong. I'm not uh saying people who've been molested, that's a tragedy. I'm not saying anything against that. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the way it looks. I can't tell what the hell if it's a female or I don't know what that is.
Well, lately,
And every time I see what it is,
mhm,
I get more and more confused. I have no idea what that is. I don't know if that's a girl, a boy, a man posing as a girl, or a girl posing as a, I don't know what the hell that is.
uh-huh.
So he's talking about she or whatever she identify it's identifying don't have a sex. I'm inclined to agree.
Mm. Well, she's actually, to me, she's contradicting herself because lately I've been seeing her in feminine outfits, dresses, girl stuff. So if she's trying to be non-binary, her action is saying otherwise. She may be saying I want to be referred to it, and,
Can we
and
look up the definition of the word binary?
uh,
I
okay,
need to I need to have a full understanding. I used
okay,
to think I know what that word mean, but now I'm not so sure. I need a refresher. Can you look that word up, please?
okay. But then we got to get back on topic. All right, binary.
We are on topic.
No, we're not. Oh well, yeah, yeah. I guess we are kind of, because the
Yeah,
topic
I
is
mean we're not gonna drag it out with that dude. Like, I mean it's gonna turn into a drag. Go ahead with the binary.
great joke, huh? Oh,
Mm.
you didn't intend that. Okay, binary. There's a lot of mathematics associated with mathematics.
Just read the definition.
Related to, composed of, or involving two things. Re-
Okay, all right, I get it right off the bat. Okay.
uh,
So she's non-binary. So according judging from that definition, she's talking about male and female. Go ahead, continue.
okay. Related to, using or express in a system of numerical notation that has 2 rather than 10 as a base.
We're
Okay,
not talking about that part of it.
as a noun, the binary system, binary notation, or the second definition, something having 2 parts.
Okay, that can be thrown in there too. All right, I think I see where they're getting this shit from when they're using binary. Okay, all right.
Yeah, but this is the thing. They saying they non-binary. Okay,
Right.
so
They're saying that they're not a part of something that has two parts, nor are they a part of something that has two things, like male or female.
oh, okay.
Basically, and then the other definition is about the system. I guess you can throw out the 10 and just go with the system, that they're not a part of the system, which means that they believe that the system is what identifies us as male and female, or boy or girl, or man or woman.
Mhm.
So they're denouncing that too when they say that they're not non binary. I'm sorry, when they say that they're non binary.
Uh-huh. Okay. Another, I was looking up non-binary. Yeah, they saying one of the words that we're kind of familiar with is androgyny, is associated term. I guess that's, she's that from.
That's what she is,
Uh,
or he, or whatever the hell. I don't know what that is.
let's see. I
I'm
think you look
sorry, y'all. Huh?
at. Oh, Auntie said, I think you look at her too much. Hell, I barely know what she looks like anymore. And Hassan goes, Janelle Monet says she's an android. An
And you know
android.
what? And you know what? I believe that. I would believe that. You know what? No, Auntie, I don't watch it. It's that every time I see her from time to time. She pops up from time to time. I do a lot of surfing. He pops up from time to time, and I just simply don't know what the hell I'm looking at. She could be, for all I know, she could be fucking Pinocchio. I mean, I don't know what the hell. Wasn't Pinocchio a wooden boy before he became a boy or some shit?
uh, okay,
I just keep thinking about Pinocchio when
okay, all
I mean,
right.
come on, you go. If you look at her, you don't think about Pinocchio.
No, mm-mm. Yeah,
Seriously,
mm-mm.
I can't
But
stop thinking.
okay, whenever I see her, when I'm surfing, she's always in her in. She's not gonna claim it. Feminine mode.
I don't care if she's in lingerie. It look mommy of Pinocchio.
Uh,
I can't get every time I can't stop thinking about Pinocchio.
uh Well, since she remind since you remind you of an android is a puppet. I mean, Pinocchio is a puppet, so you know. Uh,
But he wasn't an android. He was a puppet, though.
hmm Yeah, I
Yeah,
said android
I just
because
think
I
she's
was looking at.
yeah, I think she's a puppet. You know, a wooden. I just like a wooden Pinocchio. I don't. I've never been confused in my life when looking at a person. You know, but this one, I'm beat, man. They got me beat. I don't know what the hell that is.
Hmm.
And
Okay.
I'm not trying to be facetious or anything.
Hmm.
I'm just telling you, you know, the real deal. I don't know what the hell that is.
Okay.
And if you know what, and the thing about it is, if you tell me that that's a woman, I won't believe you. If you tell me that's a man, I won't believe you. But if you tell me
Okay.
it's a boy, I might think about it.
Okay.
What's that?
But I say okay. To you, she's androgynous. Um. And
Pinocchio.
okay. Okay. Like Pinocchio before he turned into a real boy, while he was still neutral.
What's the
Um.
other one?
What?
What's the other one you said? Patty Duke? No, not Patty Duke. The other one, the one that flew around all the time.
What? Peter Pan?
Yeah.
Okay. What about Peter Pan?
What do you mean? What about Peter Pan?
You think Peter Pan is androgynous?
Wait a minute. Did something just happen here? What are we talking about? What just happened?
I don't know. You went into Peter Pan.
I thought I was doing a comparison with Janelle Monet and
And Peter
Pinocchio.
Pan?
Then right.
I know you was doing it with Pinocchio, and then you said Peter Pan. What the other one that flies around? I said, "What you mean, Peter Pan?" And it said, "But you didn't say you was comparing them. You just said Peter Pan."
I needed to say I was comparing them.
Yeah, cause okay, the
All right, we're
cartoon.
gonna. All right. Apparently there was. All right, let's move on. I don't know what you're talking.
Mhm.
The I don't know what that's about. I thought it was obvious that I was comparing her to Peter Pan.
And she said no. Tinkerbell is genderless. I think.
Yeah.
LOL. No, no. Tinkerbell is a girl. She had a crush on Peter Pan. She's a girl fairy.
Hey, how did you get that out of what I was?
Huh? What? How did I get what Peter Pan?
Yeah,
Let me see. You was talking about Pinocchio, and then you
yeah. I
said
was
that's when
comparing
I
her
fly
to
around.
Pinocchio, and then I said, yeah, and the other one, Peter Pan.
Uh huh.
Right. So how did you get what you got?
Hey, probably because I wasn't all the way listening. I was reading the chat.
All right. Well, anyway, um,
Okay, Auntie said, "Are you sure?" Or was it Peter Pan? Someone said one of them was genderless. Oh, Peter Pan was a boy. The Lost Boys were boys. Uh,
yo, you know who they turned feminine now?
huh.
Y'all wouldn't believe who they turned feminine now.
Who?
Mr. Clean.
What?
Yo, the nigga is a gay now.
Wait a minute. How can a? Okay.
You remember when Mr. Clean first came out? He was this brawny motherfucker.
Mhm.
Now motherfucker got earrings and all kinds of shit going on there. They
Well,
fucked Mr. Clean up.
Mr. Clean always had an earring on. A earring, not two earrings.
I never noticed it.
Yeah, that's how much you pay attention to Mr. Clean. Well, I guess they're gonna move. They're gonna start moving on to Brownie. The
Oh
Pinky
man.
Promise. Yeah. Now I do know that the reason why they saying that they
What if they move
genderless
on
was
to
because
what if they
um
move on to Frosty the Snowman?
uh,
What happens if next Christmas, right, Frosty shows up wearing a dress?
then he's gonna be Miss Frosty. Wait a
And what
minute.
about the but wait a minute. What about the heat miser and the freeze miser? What's up with them? What if they turn? What if they start wearing Chelsea boots and
I think one of
makeup
them
and
do wear
earrings?
boots.
Which one is that?
I don't remember. I don't remember. It's been so long since
Is he
I've
wearing
watched.
Chelsea boots or he just wearing boots?
Uh, I don't know. It's been a
You know,
while.
it's kind of unrealistic, right? Because if you are on fire, it would be kind of hard for you to wear boots because they would burn up, right?
They're probably gonna go with the Heat Miser because of the fire and his red look. He looks flamboyant.
Okay.
Hmm.
Flamboyant, huh? Yeah, this is. Yeah, what if they start? What about the Grinch?
Nah, Grinch is a sissy bin.
What if the Grinch shows up dressed up like RuPaul? Instead of, he's a mean one. Then it turns into, she's a mean one. Mrs. Grinch,
Uh,
she's a nasty one. Mrs. Grinch.
they're not gonna change all those out. They
And
too iconic.
what
As far as
about
anybody
Ebony?
know, the Grinch,
I don't know about that. What about Ebenezer Scrooge?
he's a man.
That they can turn into a woman.
No, well, they already did that. There already been some movies called Mrs. Scrooge.
Instead of Ebenezer, they can call him Ebenezer.
No, her name was Elbina.
Ebenezer.
No,
Ebenezer Scrooge.
Max. They already did a female Scrooge. Her name is Elbina.
We're not talking about a female. We're talking about them turning guys gay.
Well, they're gonna have to do a modern version of it because
Ebenezer Scrooge.
if they're doing the one from that time period, that's not gonna work there.
Well, they listen. It wouldn't be the first time that they had gay cartoons, right? Wouldn't be
Uh,
the first time they had racist cartoons, gay cartoons like Bugs Bunny.
Bugs Bunny was a cross dresser. He wasn't trying to. Well, he did kiss Elmer Fudd. Um, so I guess.
How many black people know that Bugs Bunny was a cross dresser? How many black people paid attention to that?
Hey, we didn't even pay attention to that.
Yeah.
We just thought of it as a gimmick for him to get away. Flame Broil. How about Dr. Susie's? Well, I think it still be Susie's.
So I said Dr. Susie. Who
Don't,
the
don't
hell?
tell me they
Wait a
done
minute,
turned
who the
Frosty
hell
the
said that?
Snowman into
Who the hell said Dr.
Frostina.
Susie?
Oh, and when you bring saying they turned the snowman into Frostina. Frostina. Leave Bugs Bunny alone. I grew up on Bugs Bunny. Yeah,
You know, we
but you did know he dressed as a woman a few times. He
yo,
kissed Elmer Fudd and let me see.
hey, they was dogging. Hey, man, they was dogging black people in Bugs Bunny. Remember the one kid that was real black, had the big head, the big lips.
Oh, when they were playing. When they were
Oh
showing
my God.
Africans.
Oh man. Remember they had the African booty scratching motherfucker? Shoo-ba-dubba-dubba,
Yeah, and then
ooba-dubba-dubba.
he was a cannibal. He was a cannibal
Yeah.
about to eat the white.
Ooba-dubba-dubba. The motherfucker was black hair. Ooba-dubba-dubba, ooba-dubba-dubba, ooba-dubba-dubba. Like, what the hell is this, man?
Yeah, he's trying to make him some Bugs Bunny rabbit soup, and he's in
Yo,
Bugs Bunny math in
they
it.
had Africans looking like straight savages in that motherfucker. Motherfucker was beating the drums with human bones. Ooba dabba dabba, ooba dabba dabba, ooba dabba. Like, god damn.
I
I
forgot
wonder,
about that one. I think that one
yeah.
disappeared. I don't think they have that one out
Nah,
anymore.
you can't even find that one no more. That one was straight, they straight jacked Africans, yo.
Oh my goodness!
Motherfucker had nappy hair too. And looked mad than a motherfucker.
Actually, some of them look kind of like tar babies.
Motherfucker was mad as hell. Had nappy hair, talking about some uber dabba dabba, beating on drums with human bones.
Had a bone in the nose.
Yeah. Bugs Bunny tried to communicate. Motherfucker like damn.
Yeah, and there's a question about whether the Tasmanian devil was supposed to be black.
Motherfucker spoke no language. No
No.
language. No motherfucker. Motherfucker spoke no language. And you thought, you know what? And we thought it was funny. We didn't realize it was racist as hell.
Oh my goodness! Hassan said he just saw that cartoon. And he's like, "What the f?" I'm glad that wasn't a part of my childhood. Wow.
Oh man, y'all don't know. We didn't know it was racist though. We were kids. We were watching. We thought it was funny. I used to laugh at the African motherfucker. I thought it was funny as hell. I didn't know it was racist. You was a kid. You didn't know about this shit.
Mm-hmm.
And the motherfucker with the big lips. See, you're gonna laugh. You're gonna make me laugh because the shit was funny. But I mean, you find out later that shit was racist. You know.
Mm-hmm. Or every time Tom was trying to romance the kitten or the lady cat, he turned into a black man, start singing the "Is You Is" or "Is You Ain't My Baby."
Is you it? Yeah, turn to a black man. Is you is or is you ain't my baby? Is you is or is you ain't my baby?
And
Now,
then,
what woman can resist that? Now, when you had the chickens and shit, right? and they did Bing Cosby. Oh, they did right by Bing Cosby when he was spooning the chickens.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome into my some boo 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 boo, and the girls go ah.
Chicks falling left and right.
Yeah. Chicks falling out. They didn't do that to Bing Cosby. They didn't put him on no is you is shit. They had that motherfucker coming in smooth with every voice talking about some boo 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 boo
Shoot,
boo boo boo. He didn't even say no word. He was like boo 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 boo, and the chicks are falling out. Ah,
shoot. Even Bing Cosby voice wasn't that deep in
I know,
real
right?
life.
They put extra bass on that motherfucker. Boo 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 boo. Ah, the girl, the female chicks will fall out. They didn't even care if he said. They didn't give a damn about no words in the song. They're like boo boo boo
Oh wait,
boo.
wait a
Huh?
minute! I just thought of something. There was some implied there was some implied homosexual act. Wasn't there something with uh 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 Foghorn Leghorn got tricked
Yup.
and he was
Yup.
as a woman and they sent him
Yup.
off with this male rooster.
Yup. Hey, how about Batman and Robin and shit? See, back then you didn't think about that shit. You had grown ass men running around in leotards, yo,
And underwear.
and stockings.
And underwear.
Leotards, underwear, stockings, and boots.
Grown man living with a young boy.
Yup. And Adam West didn't have no muscle tone to think of, but he knocking motherfuckers out. Motherfucker built like some old ass 90-year-old man, you know, with skeletal bones for a chest and goddamn brooms for arms with big mittens on the end, but he was knocking motherfuckers out. That old bony ass old white man hit hard than a motherfucker. Like, wait a minute, this don't even look right, man. These niggas, they run around in leotards and costumes and shit, stockings and boots and underwear, and some old ass wiry chest, fucking thin old white man hitting hard than the knocking motherfuckers out.
But think about it. All the villains were old too.
Nah,
Think
but
about
then
the only young villain was Catwoman.
Robin was some old skinny white molested kid, obviously being molested by Batman, and he knocking. How they knocking motherfuckers out? That's why, yo, make the motherfucker hit a motherfucker, pow. You see the word "pow" come up on the screen. Pow and bow.
And bam.
Bow.
And wham.
And bam. And wham. Old ass motherfucker knocking motherfuckers out. I'm like, God damn it, yo, he ain't even built like that. Whooping, I'm telling you, yo, I was like, damn, this old white man. Oh my, yo. Yo, Batman and Robin was so funny. Y'all go back and watch that shit again, man. The old ass wiry fucking white man knocking motherfuckers out.
Adam West was intelligent though. Uh-huh. Is you ain't my baby. Because my baby found somebody new. I remember that old school Tom and Jerry. He had the zoot suit on. Oh, I forgot about when he had the zoot suit on. Oh, and when he be talking smooth talk to the kitty. The Penguin and Joker were old though. Y'all remember them black crows that had they had an original Dumbo? Yeah. Heckle and Jekyll. They made a spin-off cartoon based on them.
Yo, Heckle and Jekyll was funny as shit. Two fucking magpies.
My grandfather always told me Heckle and Jekyll was supposed to be are black folks.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, for real? He said, well, listen to him. They're the only thing black you're gonna see in this cartoon.
I remember when they came out with Cocoa Puffs.
Uh-huh.
Oh man, yo, them conscious niggas went crazy over that cereal.
The conscious nigga.
Yeah, man, the conscious niggas in the community. Oh,
Uh-huh.
there was oh man, conscious dudes ain't just started. Now they were back in the day all over the place, man. Before they had social media, they used to be on corners with a table full of books. That's all I tell you. You see the motherfuckers be out there talking their conscious shit. They
Mhm.
have a whole bunch of books laid out. Want you to buy their books. I remember when Cocoa Puffs came out, them niggas went crazy over that. That's the black cereal. Why you gotta be cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs? See, that's the black cereal. They want you to think that a black cereal make you crazy. I mean, they went ham on the Cocoa Puffs, yo. And Count Chocula,
Uh-huh.
oh, they went ham on it.
Why is there a white
And
man
then they
on,
call,
on
and
the
then they
chocolate
call,
cereal?
and then they call Frankenberry, right?
Uh-huh.
Frankenberry was a mixed race monster. Yeah,
He has so many different body parts.
yeah. Man, Frankenberry was a mixed race monster.
And he was fruity, which used to
Yeah,
mean another word for
yeah.
dirty. Oh, okay. All right. I guess I might as well put my stuff away. We're not coming back to the topic I was working on.
Yeah, man, it would have dragged anyway, damn.
Uh-huh. Okay.
It was good though. Don't get me wrong, it was good.
Oh, don't worry. I'm going to bring it up again.
But
Okay.
you got to add some things to it. You know, don't just
Yeah.
let it roll the way it is because it's not
I
on
was
this. It
trying to
can't really.
I was trying to get them to tell me if they can hear anything. That's
Yeah,
why I
but
was
it
making
can't really
wrong.
stand on its own like that because it's not enough. You got to add to it. You got to make it more, robust.
Uh, okay.
Can't just let him sit up there and run his mouth like that.
I didn't plan to sit up there. I was just trying to get.
Look, I'm not trying to get into an argument with you on the air, right? Remember that?
Okay. All right. I understand. Okay. Let me put my stuff away because it's gonna eventually accidentally go off.
Besides, we're having a lot more fun talking about Frankie Berry being a mixed race monster.
Uh huh.
And you was cuckoo. And then niggas was talking about wild rice being black. Why the black rice gotta be wild? Why can't the black rice be a calm, cool breeze? Why it gotta be a wild tornado?
Because obviously it's a mixture of rices.
And for anybody want to know, a tornado is a black version of a tornado.
What?
Or, yeah, a tornado is a black tornado.
I
A
thought it was for
tornado,
food.
a tornado is a white tornado.
Uh huh.
A black tornado is a tornado.
Should you see that? I was thinking it was some type of food. I said I hadn't had a tornado in okay, let's see.
They were calling them motherfuckers back in the day the human tornado. You see how fast that boy hands is? He the human tornado.
I was like, okay, I'm glad I wasn't around when y'all was making up these. I've been like, oh, okay, so he got some tornadoes. Good, I'm hungry. Tell him to come over this way with the tornadoes.
No, because then you're gonna be looking for the chicken and the watermelon man.
Uh,
Gonna be on some fried chicken and watermelon and grape soda.
so there was really a watermelon man, fried chicken and
Yeah,
watermelon.
yeah. Every day at 5 o'clock, fried chicken and watermelon. and grape soda, depending on what type of soda you had, right? On
Uh,
Mondays, fried chicken and watermelon and pineapple soda. On Tuesday, it was strawberry soda. On Wednesday, it was grape soda.
so obviously, you're very familiar with his menu.
Yeah, dude had some great chicken. Watermelon was a little rotten though, but but the soda was cold.
Okay, Key is talking about Popeye's chicken sandwich. I never could understand why people were going crazy over that. They had the chicken sandwich almost every other year at Popeyes. That's why
It's
it
embarrassing.
didn't see too much craziness in Louisiana, because hey, we're familiar with it. But we did see a lot of white people going crazy, even in Louisiana. Well, not crazy, but being in line in it. The managers had to keep on point on their chicken sandwiches. So they'd be like, okay, you only got so many chicken sandwiches left. After that, they're gone. Don't take any more orders.
Man,
This.
it's embarrassing.
Mhm.
It's embarrassing when you are fighting and beating people up for chicken sandwiches.
I know. Do you know I still hadn't eaten any of those chicken sandwiches? When the people saw me in line for chicken sandwich, that wasn't for me. That was somebody else. All you gotta do is take a chicken breast, marinate it in seasoning
I
for
had
24
one.
hours.
I had one, and I thought the spicy chicken sandwich was better.
Oh yeah, they're always better. The only reason why they have a regular chicken sandwiches for those who can't handle spicy. Do you know in the places that can handle spices, there's a heavy
And
rotation
and,
of
and,
spicy chicken?
and Popeyes to me,
Hmm.
they can't sell regular chicken. They regular chicken nasty. I don't like their regular chicken.
Yeah, that's because they got a prep that just goes with whatever
Excuse me.
they put on there, or they don't put no seasoning. Because shucks, I prep would sometimes bring seasoning. Because the mild chicken was mainly salt and garlic powder and onion powder. Hmm. But shucks, I remember when they had to do everything from scratch. My mom was working at Popeyes then. Yeah, so they would find out who was prepping that day, because depending on how the red beans would turn out, because they had to cook it from scratch. Uh, yeah, yeah. That was the one thing we didn't like about going to Texas, is that there was no Popeyes. But then I remember when Popeyes used to be just only in New Orleans.
I remember when Church's chicken popped up out of nowhere,
Hmm.
and they were good, and then they started getting robbed because people found out that the Ku Klux Klan was behind them. They started turning over the registers and everything.
Hmm.
Remember, I saw a dude arguing with one of them, and he didn't like what happened. He got mad and pushed over the register, and everybody jumped over the counter and robbed the place.
Oh. Oh, that reminds me. Did you see that news thing about the man who robbed the Roscoe Chicken and Waffles for their chicken?
I wouldn't even arrest nobody like that, man. I would just invite him on TV just so I can make fun of him.
Oh, as far as I know, they didn't arrest him. I don't think they even really called the police. But as far as I know, when I read it, they weren't arrest. They were still looking
I would
for him.
invite him on the show just so I can call him all kinds of names. And I would let him know if, hey, look, man, when you come on the show, I'm gonna just call you all kinds of names because I thought what you did was dumb. It is embarrassing to black people. So come on the show and let's get this over with.
Okay. That's the thing. I don't know if they were if he was black.
I wouldn't be surprised because white people be at these damn chicken places more. I remember one time Bojangles was around the corner from me. They
Hmm.
had a sale, all you can eat or whatever. You couldn't even get in the damn place. There was so many white people in there. Like, well, these white people could. First of all, you walking through town any
Hmm.
day of the week, you don't see one white person. Then all of a sudden, there's some kind of shit going on at Bojangles. You go down there, there's 30,000 white people down there. Wait, where all these white people come from? I remember the 7-Eleven was giving out free Slurpees, right?
Oh,
And every white person in town had their kids in there.
yep. Hmm.
Even the dirty white people from the trailer parks
Hmm.
had their kids in there.
Well, yeah, they're gonna be there
And
for
man,
free stuff.
and they were bold about it. Like, oh, you're out of Slurpee. Come on, get the machine working.
Oh yeah,
I mean, every time if you're giving out some, they got the nerve to talk about somebody.
yeah.
They're some of the most aggressive. You give out, you say, okay, we're giving this out free. Man, the white people gonna be there before anybody else. And not only are they showing up, they're gonna be aggressive.
Hmm. Yeah. Shoes. We have something called second harvest, like food bank thing, and these people camped out the night before, and not at night. They were there from 6 o'clock in the evening the day before to be the first in line. And I thought the 3 o'clock in the morning people were crazy.
Well, it's 12 midnight over here. Um, what's the time? How
Um,
long you been streaming?
4 hours.
Yeah, it's time to wrap it up. Didn't want to
Yeah,
go that long.
yeah, yeah,
All right, y'all. I'm gonna let y'all with ladies let Dane wrap it up. I'll holler at y'all. Thanks for having me up. See you in the back chat.
yeah.
Peace,
All right.
power, and unity. E Nation, Ebony Star Network. We out, baby.
All right. Okay. Running out of stuff to talk about. Okay. All right. So wrapping it up. So when is enough gonna be enough? Oh wait a minute. I'm gonna pull that back up. Oh shucks. I closed it out. Okay. Okay. Hmm. Yes. You rang. Okay,
Oh
Max,
yeah,
you
I'm
back?
sorry. I'm sorry. One more thing. Yo, we got Donnie Brasco. Depending on if Dame's tired, we might stream it tonight. If not tonight, we'll definitely stream it tomorrow. So you want to get in on our movie nights? Just become a member of our Discord, and you will be in on the movies we stream in Discord. So next up, Donnie Brasco. We 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 will be doing a hurricane. We supposed to do the hurricane last time, but we got screwed up. Some things happened. But we got Donnie Brasco tonight and tomorrow night. If not tonight, definitely tomorrow. Then after Donnie Brasco, we'll be doing the hurricane. So if you want to be down with our movie nights, just become a member of our Discord, the E Nation, so you can be back there in the back chat with us when we do our movie nights. All right? All right, everybody. Peace, power, and unity.
Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. So movie night. All right. So I'm gonna put the Discord link for those that ain't part of Discord that wants to come for movie night. All right. Okay. So here's the Discord link. All right. You click the link. Uh, you kind of let me see. It's been a while. You kind of sign in. Probably email, password. You go to the Earth to Nation tab. You click on that. Um, you should see. Okay, when you click on the Earth to Nation tab, you see the text channel. That's where you type at. But to see the movie, you got to go in the voice channel. If you're on the phone, you swipe from left to right, and you see voice channel. You should see general voice. You should see maximum, Dame, whoever else, Auntie, maybe Abena. We all be in there, and you'll see some when you're in there and the movie started. You're gonna see live. You click on the live button. It'll be that red area that says live. Just click there. It'll most likely be on my name, and that's how you do it. Now, if you click out, if you get out of it before I manage to make you put you as a member, you're gonna have to hit the invitation link again. So stay there long enough for me to. Oh, okay, you're already in there. Stay right there. Say it ain't so. Hold on. Let me get in there and put your member. Because if you go out, you won't be able to come back in until you unless you hit the link again. Okay, okay. Where is it? Oh shoot. Let me get in Discord. All right. Let's see. Say it ain't so. Hold on. Stay with me. Stay with me. Say. Okay, there you are. Okay, you. Okay. All right. Okay, you remember now. So you can go in and out if you want to. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. Let me say something to you. Hold on. So you know. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. There you
Mm.
go. All right. Saying hi. All right. So
Yeah.
same thing for anybody else. I'm starting to get my notification. Dang, Sadie. So you move fast. All right. All right. So let's wrap this up, everybody. Um, Briggs, if you want to, let's try it again. But when you get into the, you hit the Earth and Nation tab. Don't look at Dame. Don't go to Dame Frankie. I know you recognize. Go to Earth and Nation tab. Because all you're going to do is get me in direct messaging or something like that. And okay, since you usually on your phone, swipe from left to right, and you should see text channel and voice channel. You should see some of us in there, um, and click on the voice channel, and then start talking. All right. Yeah. As soon as I
Yeah,
close
hold on.
out.
Let me.
Uh
Yeah, hold on. Let me make another announcement. Listen, people.
huh.
When you come into Discord, right? We conversate in Discord in our voice chat. We talk. All right. So if you're not the talking type, or if you're too shy or something, then it's not for you. Okay. We want people that we can communicate with. It's not a place that you come and just be shy and sit there and don't say anything. It's okay. We're not going to bite. It's okay for you to talk. All right. So if you're going to come to our Discord, we want a lively Discord. We don't want a dead Discord where people just show up and say nothing and do nothing. That's not what we're about. The E Nation is about making it happen and keeping it popping. Now we do have a member or two that don't talk that much, but we know them. That's our fan. You know what I'm saying? But when you coming in here, if talking is not your thing, maybe you want to hold back for a little bit until you can get your nerve up to talk. or and then come on in, because if you come in and you don't never say anything, we're gonna throw you out. And we're not trying to be rude. We're not trying to be disrespectful. But if you come in and you just sit there and you don't say anything, and we're talking to you, or people trying to communicate with you, or saying hello, you don't say nothing back, or you don't want to talk, or whatever, we're gonna throw you out. And then when you can get your faculty together and you want to kick it, then we'll bring you back in. There's nothing for you to be shy about, nothing for you to be afraid of. Nobody's going to bite you. Nobody's going to steal your lunch money, or do anything like that. We just black people coming together, trying to make some things happen. I'm not saying you got to talk all the time, but just don't think you're going to come in there and just sit there and never say anything. That's not going to fly with us. All right? Because eventually all we're going to do is kick you out. Okay? We're trying to build something here at the E Nation. And the only way to build that, you have to be able to communicate with your people, talk with your people, create new ideas, new ways of doing things. And that's what we're about. Okay? So please, if you join our Discord, don't be the shy type. If you're too shy now, you don't feel like talking, fine. Join another time when you feel like you can kick it. All right? I'm not saying you got to talk all the time, but can't be quiet all the time. All right? Because we're gonna think something is wrong, or you're up to something, and we're just gonna throw you out. Okay? So please, if you come to Discord and hang out with us, we love the company. We love the chance to communicate with our people and grow. Talk to us, kick it with us. Come in there and tell a joke, say something, jump in. I don't care if you say 1 or 2 words, that's fine. But say something. Just don't sit there and say nothing. Okay? That's not what we're about. All right? So please, come in and participate. All right, everybody? Thanks. Peace.
Okay. All right. That being said, okay, just as long as you bring the cookies, don't drop the cookies, Briggs, because I'm gonna need some more. Okay. All right. So let's leave out. All right. Okay. Let's end it up. I'm gonna make this a short one.